Hello, welcome to the stream. Let's see, where's my webcam? There it is. There it is. Welcome everyone. People are still gathering. I'll give you guys a second. First I will make this a little bit more quiet because the music is blasting quite a bit. And we can start. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of the text. How is everyone doing this fine morning, or whatever it is on your end? Good. So we will continue on our journey in creating a SubD house. This is what we have so far, and it's nothing special. Let me hide the landscape, it's in the way. Hello Samuel, welcome. Let me just grab a clipping plane and show you what we have so far. So I spent a little bit of time off stream and I've recorded a video of me doing it, just solving the issues of intersections and whatnot and rebuilding the whole interior space so that it's a bit nicer. And now everything is neat, dandy, and ready to go. So I'm pretty happy with this one. So now the idea is that we will move on to the interior and we will start doing some sort of a interior 3D modeling, I think. Or maybe windows. Not sure where to start. Maybe it's a good idea to start with the windows, huh? yeah, let's do some windows and whatnot, and then we will move into these interior spaces. So for windows, the top portion of the building is pretty simple, and it's gonna be pretty easy to insert, like, fill in geometries. The bottom portion, though, I still want to do some work with it. It's still, I don't really like how it looks. It's not bad, but it could be definitely better. What's up with you? Why are you off? No, you're not off plane. You're just thicker. That's fine. That is fine. We do have a blobby house, so that's expected. So this portion right here, I don't think we will mess with it too much. The only part that I want to do is kind of make it a little bit crisper, a little bit nicer. Would it be enough to just do a crease for this whole, not you, for this whole outside perimeter? Maybe that's just going to be enough and it's going to hold quite nicely. We'll see. We will see. Crease this bad boy. Well, it's something. It's definitely something. Not sure if I like it though. Definitely not sure if I like it. How can we make this nicer? Perhaps we can introduce a secondary thickness to this whole portion, like almost a terrace or something, and then a little bit of a room. Or should it go inwards? I don't think it should go inwards. I think it should go outwards. Let's just start. I'll just start doing it and we'll see if it works or not. So this whole part, we'll do this. We just extrude it out like that. Right, so we end up having this kind of a extension. And of course, you know, it's gonna mess up on that side and also on that side. Right, on those two moments, we will fix those quite easily by just selecting these and moving them back in. Probably to something like this. Yeah, that's fine. And now same thing for this whole part. And this is where we get the first issue. Do we want to deal with this corner right here? We probably don't. So I'm thinking, what if I delete this? And this is in the way. This is also in the way. This is also in the way. There we go. What if we delete that polygon and create a SubD, single SubD face, a triangle here and a triangle here. Something like that. Join it all up. Doesn't seem like it cares too much that we're doing this to it, so that's great. And now I have what's, you know, a closer thing to a ribbon around my window. So it's literally the same thing with everything that we do in SubD, right? You think about these kind of loops of polygons that you work with, right? And you always want to work with loops of polygons. Easy, very simple. I will take this, extrude it out a bit more. That's great, looks fine. I'll fix that part in just a second. This part is much more important to fix because it is obnoxious. So let's see. Can I just move it out a bit like so? And also here, this one also gets moved out like that. You probably have no idea what's going on because of the wireframe. Let me show you in the shaded view. Now I'm just basically moved back the edges so that they are close to each other and are ready to be joined in. But before I do that, I will delete some polygons just so that they don't get stuck inside of my volume. If that happens, that's a bad time. That's definitely a bad time. I can stitch these to average, stitch these. Oh, not these. Right, these. Stitch to average. There we go. Now we have, yeah, now we're cooking with gas. Now this is nice. What's not nice though is this edge right here that I think needs a little bit more love, a little bit more attention. So let's see, what if I scale this to 0? And also scale it to 0 on the x-axis. Now it's a straight edge. And now I can kinda, maybe we do this in wireframe view. I can kinda move it back somewhere here. What does this look like? That. Come on. I just want to see this. This looks fine. This looks fine. This looks fine, and this goes in. That is indeed fine. We have a crease there. Okay, extended that one. Didn't need to do it, but I think it's gonna be a nice addition later on to when we will start dealing with our windows. Some coffee. Some sweet coffee. Probably. Let's do it this way. Yeah, now you can see me better. Like you want to see me. Anyway, moving on. Which shortcut do I use? I use tab. Tab button is switching between the two displays. Why is this edge creased? Remove crease. Ah, yes. Now it's good. Now it's good. Don't know why that edge got creased. Maybe I selected it accidentally. Okay, big question now. Big question. Do we how do I formulate the question? Do we extend like we did the extension here for this window on the inside? Do we do the same kind of extension for these windows here? Do I want them to bulge out or do I want them to bulge in? That's a big one. Hello, Gediminas. Oh, there's no way that I'm gonna read that in Russian. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at Russian. Can't help you with that. But hello, nevertheless. Hello. I think we extend outwards. I do think we extend outwards. So this ribbon right here is gonna be easy to extend, but here we will have a problem. Or maybe we can be cheeky. What if we are cheeky? Let's be cheeky. What if we extend, come on, the whole damn perimeter like that? Maybe that's gonna look cool. Let's try. Let us try. Like this, tab. Oh, that might look cool. That might indeed look cool. We'll need to fix a few things here and there, but I think that is going to be pretty cool. Okay, so we kind of do it. I guess we're doing it. We are doing it. We're using topology to our advantage without creating additional topology. Sweet. Well, as long as we can actually select the polygons, huh? There we go. And then there's that one. I don't know, something's fishy with the selection, with the polygon selection, but most of the time it seems to work. We extend it this way. So we have something like this. Okay. And now this portion right here needs a little bit of love, a little bit of fixing, but that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Again, as long as I manage to zoom in to these polygons. There we go. So how do we fill this in? I want a corner there. Maybe we will just use helper lines, right? I think that's the strategy. That's the strategy to do. Bam, bam. If you're not making any sounds, then that means you don't know what you're doing, right? When you're modeling, you do need to do some bam bam sounds and so on, or else it's just gonna be a fail. I'm not sure why I always get nervous when I start the streams, and when I get nervous, my English just drops, like it just breaks. So sorry if my English today is not the best. I think once we get the stream up and running in an hour or so, I'll talk much better. I will use words good, right? At least that's the plan. You know, I've been doing this, like I've been lecturing and so on for a while now. And every time when I start a lecture or a stream or anything like that, I guess that's public speaking, right? Public speaking is an issue for everyone. There's no real way of how to battle it. You just need to do it, and as you're doing it, you'll get better and better at it. The problem is that every time when I do it new, I forget that it's not a big deal, it's not stressful. So I need to re-stress a little bit. Do these forms cause issues when rendering? No, they don't. They render out quite nicely, I would say. They render out quite nicely. Ah, right, it's Slavic Easter. Easter? Happy Easter. Okay, so we have this. I don't like the hat. This part I don't like. The bottom part I think is pretty cool. It's funny. I think the bottom part is pretty cool. I don't like the top part, so I'll need to fix those. And maybe it's extending a little bit too much. So we'll work on that as well. Just a tiny bit. Don't worry, as a viewer, I can say that you can say almost anything and I won't be disappointed. Almost anything. We should probably test that out, huh? Ah, I'll get banned. I'll get banned if I start checking out how far we can go. So let's not do that. So I'm gonna push these guys in a little bit back because they're a little bit too intense for my taste. Something like this, maybe. Yeah, that seems much better. Let's go. Getting banned, speedrun any percent. No, we're not doing that in this stream. We're not doing that. Okay, we're good. I caught them all, I think. We're pushing these back in. We're taking a look, seeing that. Holy crap! This is not normal, is it? Like this looks real weird, like real weird. how do we fix it? I think it doesn't like the rectangle. Okay, sure. We will not use a rectangle then. We will use a triangle instead. Bam. See? Sounds. Sounds help. Special effects. There we go. Normal to SubD view is tab button. But of course, if you are modeling with NURBS geometry and not SubD geometry, then tab button will not help you, right? There's a difference. There's a big difference. If I have a SubD cube, right, like so, and I just have a cube or a box, like so, this is a SubD geometry. This is a NURBS-based geometry. If I hit tab, only the SubD geometry changes naturally, right? So you do need to actually use Rhino 7 and model in SubD to have that functionality. Okay, so this is starting to look a little bit better. I'm not sure if I like this though. Seems like a... But there's no real way of how to fix it, is there? Unless we take this corner and we chamfer it. No, bevel? Maybe it's bevel. We bevel it. Yeah, it's the bevel. Like that. And then we hit tab. Now this is much smoother. We do the same thing in the top as well. We bevel. Like that. Okay, that's nicer. Still don't like the hat though. We need to fix the hat. And by the hat, I mean the top surface. I'll get to the questions in just a second. This is very, very important thing to do, or else I'll forget about it and then I'll remember it in like a few hours and it's gonna be too late because I'll have too much geometry going on. I want to do this. Bam. Something like this. A much cleaner hat. Much cleaner hat. Maybe we rise this. Yeah, that seems a bit better. That does seem a bit better. Let's go. Okay. How can I apply material for some faces without exploding the model? You can't. I mean, is there any way to select faces and give them different materials? No. The only way how you can do it without actually having separate geometries is if you unwrap the geometry, right? So do you know about these kind of mesh unwrapping? Just a second. Like this kind of a mesh unwrapping situation, right? Where you basically have, for instance, is this Ziggs? This is Ziggs from League of Legends, right? And you take a mesh and you basically unwrap it onto a flat piece and then you apply different textures to different portions of the unwrapped mesh. It's a much more tricky thing to do. And for architecture or for industrial design, it makes no sense to do it. But for character design, for instance, it makes perfect sense. So that's honestly the only way. That's the only way. And SubD modeling is weird because with SubD modeling, you usually want to, let's say, you know, this edge right here, like, I don't know, whatever. This strip right here. Let's say I want it to be some other material, and I don't really want to explode the geometry, right? I just want to apply the material to just this ribbon that I have selected. Just because it's so fluid, exploding it is gonna be a little bit more tricky. But you can't do it. At least to my knowledge. Maybe you can. Maybe it's me who doesn't know it. But if you really want to go deep into it, then you explode. Oh, sorry. Then you unwrap the geometry, and there is a a tool that does that. If you select your shape and you go to properties, to texture mapping, here you do have the possibility to open up the UV editor and use custom mapping. So basically unwrap, use custom mapping with UV editor, and then you will be able to kind of paint the textures in Photoshop or whatever. Do you use... Wait, I need to make some progress here, just so that it's not just chatting stream with buttons. So I'll crease these and I will start answering the questions from once I've done the creasing. So I'm creasing the inside of the windows from the interior part because I kind of want them to be I want it to be kind of clean on the inside, just so that I can snap my window openings much easier. That's break. We don't break, we crease. We have that going on, that's good. And then we will do... Come on. Crease. There we go, last one. Are you gonna be problematic? No, you're not. You're gonna be just fine. This one right here, though, I wanna kind of move it back in just a tiny bit so that it doesn't have a this kind of a... I want the transition to be sharper. That's basically it. Okay, so we have that. This probably should be moved back like that for smoother transition. And also the bottom of the windowsill, kind of want to move this bad boy back, and also this edge here back, not back, sorry, down, to just make sure that everything is kind of tidy and a little bit more fluid. Okay, so that works. That works. We check with EMAP to see if there's any... Actually, do we do true sphere? No, we do fluorescent tube. Yeah, that looks nice. And what about here? That also looks nice. That's good. Yeah. That's a nice surface. That is a nice continuous surface. Can't you use the material channels to prevent exploding? With a mesh you can. With a mesh you can. I'm not sure if you can do that with SubD geometry. I never tried. If you can, then yes, then the material channels would be like with V-Ray, for instance, creating a material that has it's multi-material, right? So creating a multi-material, and multi-material basically uses multiple channels. You can kind of create multiple channels, and then you somehow need to specify for each phase what kind of channel it uses. I never done that. I don't know how to do it, but that seems like it's possible to do, right? That does seem like it's possible to do. I would just need to figure out how to specify that this is channel 0 and this is like channel 1 and so on. But let's see. Let's actually, I'm interested now. What is this project? It's a house. I'm just making a house. So it's not under here, is it? No, it's not here. So is it under material? No, it's probably not, huh? Oh my god, it's now it's crashing a little bit. It's not under there. If anyone knows in the chat how to do it, let me know. I will show it on the stream. I've never done that. Either way, we do have some form of an interior working. I will start adding windows, and I'll start by adding windows to, you know, this portion right here, or maybe even, let's say, to this geometry right here. I think this is the, yeah, this should be fine. So what kind of windows do I want to add? Everything that I've been doing so far is super blobby, like it's so, you know, organic, for the lack of better word. So I'm thinking maybe our windows should be kind of more hard surface stuff, like harder surface. So maybe I'll use NURBS rather than SubD, right? Let me think. Yeah, let's use NURBS. Let's use NURBS. So, this window right here. I'm thinking about creating a, okay, let's do it this way. That's one way to do it, I guess. If I create a clipping plane, well, not clipping plane, sorry. Surface or a plane. I create a plane, and it can be a pretty big one, doesn't really matter, and I move it inside of my window hole, window opening, to where I will want the window to be recessed, something like that. Okay, something like that might work. Then what I can do is I can find intersection between the NURBS, between the SubD and my surface. Bam. Then if I isolate this, you can see that, well, this is unnecessary, but it found the intersection here, and god damn, that's a lot of points. We'll need to simplify this a little bit, but it did find the intersection. That's great. So now I don't need the surface anymore. Okay, now we have this curve right here. Oh, I will just log the SubD for a bit. We have this curve right here that I really want to rebuild it. I really do. But I'm not sure how is it going to inlay then. Okay, let's try rebuilding it. So it uses 200 points. What if we use just 50 points? Here in the bottom, it basically says how many points, or sorry, not how many points, but with 50 points instead of 201, this curve, the maximum like change in this curve is going to be 25.6 millimeters, right? 2.5 centimeters. That's the error that we are getting. If I increase the point count here to 100, then naturally this number changes to less, right? So it's 5 millimeters now. I think we can deal with 5 millimeters. I didn't want to deal with 25, but 5 millimeters of error to like reduce the complexity by half is perfect, I think. So I'll hit OK. Hide the landscape. Don't need the landscape. Okay, so this is now a little bit cleaner, and we can continue. Veteran with the H, with a tier 1, I don't know, membership? How are these things called on YouTube? Membership? Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Love the channel, keep up the work. Oh, I'll do my best, trust me. I have a few cool things planned. Hello, didn't knew there are any Lithuanians having 3D channels. There's plenty of Lithuanians having 3D channels. But I guess not a lot of them are doing some 3D modeling stuff. That's the difference. Okay, so cool, we have this one. What do we do with it? Do we just casually offset this inwards by, let's say, 5 centimeters? Something like that, and we kind of investigate how it works. Is this planar? It's not planar, is it? Planar SRF. It is planar. Ooh, that's nice. That's really nice. Okay, so if it's planar, that means we can do some cool stuff with it. So I'm just offsetting the ribbon inwards. I'm kind of getting this frame to work, and I'm going to extrude. Extrude surface inwards by, let's do like 300 mil, something like that. It's a big frame, right? Let's look at it in Arctic view. That's how it's gonna look like. I think that looks fine, but we do want subdivisions, huh? I mean, this looks way too wide. No one is making windows this wide. So before we do this, we do want to kind of think about this for a sec more, just to make it nicer. Maybe what we can do is, since this is offsetting nicely, let's offset it again. Since this is offsetting nicely, maybe we can, and I'm going to just hide everything except for my window frame, just so that we can see what we're doing. Maybe we can, what can we do with this? Let me do something stupid. Let me create a bounding box. Scale it in one direction by wait, there's no like proportion based scaling with one direction scaling, huh? That's fine, we can do this from here to here, and then from here to, give me the midpoint, please, please. Just give me the freaking, wait, I'm doing this wrong. I'm being stupid. There must be a better way. There must be a better way on how to do this. Maybe there's not. Let me try again. But this time around, I'll actually use a single curve like that, and I will divide that curve into 4 points. So we'll have like 3 divisions here, and I'll draw out a line, a single line that's just vertically, nope, that's not vertical. A single line that's vertically going upwards. Where are we? There we go. Like that. I'll just take that line and copy. I'll just make 2 copies of it, push them down. Bada bing, bada boom. We have our divisions. So what, you might ask? Well, now I can take these divisions and I can copy them to the side by 25, like so. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. So 2.5 centimeters for divisions of the window frame. That's a very thin window frame. Actually, 5 centimeters is also a very thin window frame, but who cares? Minus 25. Delete the inner ones like that. We have something like this. I'll get to the comments in just a second. Now Daddy's thinking. Maybe this one, we offset it by 75 millimeters, like that. Ooh, that's a disgusting. That point right there, I hate this point. I absolutely hate this point. I want to destroy it, and I will. I will rebuild this with 100 points, and now it's gone. Now it's all clean again. And we will... What will we do now? I don't know. Let's try trimming. When you don't know what to do, you start trimming things out, right? And you start cleaning up, because when you have a clean model, it becomes easier to understand what the heck is it that you want to be doing. There we go. Much better, much better. We join everything up, and we have these vertical connections now. These vertical connections are way off. Like, the language of them is not that nice, so I will use fillet. I will use fillet with radius of, let's say, 10 centimeters, 100 millimeters. Maybe more. Actually, maybe more. Let's do 250 millimeters. Yeah, something like that. Or maybe that's too much. Sorry. 175. Somewhere in the middle between those two values. Yeah, that's good. That's the good stuff. Like that, like that. So we are now letting everything. So I'm not using, like, I'm not interpolating the curve. I'm not rebuilding the curves to make them softer. I'm filleting just to get a little bit kind of crisper look. Love your channel, watching from Pakistan. Great. Good to hear. Off topic, how to design an interesting space and not just a form. Maybe you know some books or lectures about this. Define, okay, I will first ask you a question. Define what you think an interesting space is. Because I think for every person, an interesting space is something different. How thick are glass plates? 25? No, that's definitely less. Let's do like 10 centimeter single pane. Pane? What? Let's do 10 millimeters single sheet glass. So back to the topic. Interesting spaces. Very hard to say what makes a space interesting. Is it unpredictability of it, right? Is it something that you can't predict and you go in and you go like, whoa? Or is it something that you find, right? Did that break? Or is it something that you find aesthetically pleasing, right? Is a pretty space an interesting space? Right? That's my main question. Okay, we have this going on. I think that's gonna look nice. We do a space that has its own atmosphere, a place where you want to return unlike anything. Whoa, boy. It's super... Wait, just a second. I'm gonna investigate. Ooh, I like this inner band. That looks nice. This is how it's gonna look like from the outside. LCRV, hide. Yeah, I think we can work with this, right? Ooh, one question. How does this look when we move it out a bit more? But this looks nice. So it can be moved in and moved out at the same time. Let's just scale it up twice. Like that. That looks nice. That's a problem. That's definitely a problem. So we can't move it out that much, huh? That's crappy. But we can do a little bit of it, and maybe we won't render that area there. I'll get back to your question in just a second. Making a window here. Multitasking very hard on the stream. All right, interesting spaces and beautiful spaces at the same time. If there was a simple answer to that, then, you know, every single building would be interesting, beautiful, and you would want to return to it. Complexity is one, visual complexity. If you look at Gothic churches, you know, universally just looking at Gothic cathedrals, as opposed to traditional, well, I say traditional, but more simplistic churches, Gothic cathedrals tend to have a much more, a space that is much more interesting, a space where you do want to kind of return and maybe draw it if you're good at drawing and so on. And they tend to, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, they tend to work from the same angle or in the same way as nature does, right? A forest, for instance. It's basically when you have so much visual complexity and so many visual rhythms, right, in the space, that it becomes stimulating for the viewer. So this is something that I was thinking about for quite a while. Why are we driven to come back to nature? And why are we driven to kind of go into nature to think and relax? Because when you look at, you know, forms in nature, they're mostly semi-chaotic, right? I would say they are semi-chaotic. And in our, you know, usually, we as architects, we try to steer away from chaotic spaces, for sure. So why is it that while in architecture, we try to reduce chaos and complexity? In nature, we kind of find it pleasing. And I think it all comes down to the way we developed as species. Right, we get stimulus from patterns, right? Our monkey brain is really good at determining patterns, and when it's hard to find a pattern, or when it's still possible but it's harder to find a pattern, it stimulates us, so it makes us think more. Right, our brains go a little bit deeper, or a little bit harder, right? So, in nature there are of course patterns, you know, like the L systems, the branching patterns and whatnot, but they are super entwined and it's almost fractal-esque, which means it becomes super stimulating, and our brains go into this overdrive where yeah, I keep saying this word, it stimulates us, right? So Gothic cathedrals, in my opinion, work in a similar way. When we go in, it stimulates us. So for me, and this is for every one of you, the answer would be different. What makes a space interesting? But for me, the answer is a space that is challenging, right? When you go in, it looks chaotic, but at the same time, your brain understands that there must be a pattern behind it, and eventually you start seeing these kind of different patterns of form, of light, and so on emerge, of material emerge. That's my final answer. I'm just trying to make this thing work now. It's not going great. Okay, if we have that inserted there, kinda intersecting there as well, so this is gonna hold it. That's good, because I was afraid that it won't. Maybe we can even force it to hold it even more. Well, later, or maybe now. Let's do it now. So I'm just gonna grab that edge. I'll come back to the comments in just a second. I'm gonna grab that edge and move it out a bit further. Now it's definitely gonna hold it. And we do the intersection thing again. Bam, bam. Delete that. Delete this curve. Hide this. Delete that. Okay. Have you made construction drawings for such fluid structure, and what details are required to make such projects into reality? What details? You need to do the whole structure. I haven't, by the way. I haven't. Not yet. Still haven't found a client that would be willing to pay the price, you know, of something like this. Because this would be a pretty expensive one. If it's concrete cast, reinforced concrete cast architecture, then I don't think it would be that expensive, but it's still, I mean, it still would be pretty damn expensive. Let's be real here, right? But no, I haven't constructed it yet. If it's metal, made out of like metal beams and whatnot, then you of course need to kind of make a bunch of sections, you know, through it, like a crap ton of sections. If I were to show this and I would kind of go through it, this is going to be a very stupid example, but I would just probably take this, contour it like that, probably every meter, right? So all of these would need to be solved with beams, like metal framework and so on, and you would need to hide that, and you would need to kind of take every single one of these and then kind of solve it, you know. And then once you've done that, then you would have a bunch of custom-made beams, and you could continue working with it, or you could actually build it. But still haven't had a client who would be willing to do it. If you know any, or if you're that client, just give me a call. We'll figure it out. You mean complex forms? Oh, sorry, I missed a few. Are you an architect? Did you go to architectural school? I am indeed an architect. I have went to an architectural school some time ago. But these days I teach in a university, and also from time to time I work as an architect in my company that we do family houses mostly, interiors and whatnot. Some of them are pretty cool. So yeah, a short answer to that is I am a practicing architect, but mostly I am a university teacher. No. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. In the description of this live stream, there's a bunch of books that I would recommend reading or looking through. Some of them are architecture based, others are just, honestly, they're manga, you know, Japanese comics. But all of them I feel like are very beneficial to your growth as an architect. I really think that. So check out those books. Maybe they will give you a few more, you know, or at least better answers as to what I am saying. Because, you know, I'm a university teacher. I'm really good at bullshitting and sounding as if I know what I'm talking about. That is not usually the case. With most university teachers, by the way. It's not just me. Okay, we have that going on. You mean complex forms that cannot be understood consciously, which need to be perceived unconsciously? To a certain extent, yes. To a certain extent. To, like, you can... First, you perceive them unconsciously. First, you understand that there is some sort of a pattern behind this form, right? Unconsciously. And then your brain goes into that overdrive that I was talking about. And then you consciously find those patterns and become satisfied. Because then once you find the patterns, you make the space your own, right? Because then you are actually familiar with the space. So there is this kind of a relation between you as a viewer or you as a visitor and the space. And that relation, it starts by, hey, how's it going? You know, kind of a Tinder profile type of a thing, where you just go in and you have no idea what to expect, right? And then the more you spend time with that person, for instance, you get, or in this case, that space, you get to know about it more and more, right? And you become familiar with it. Right? So that's, I think that kind of a space not being shallow, just like a person not being shallow, is very important. If I step into an apartment, right, just like mine, it's literally a box, right? And I go in and I go like, yeah, sure, that's fine, that's cool. You know, a box. I already know everything that there is to know about this space, right? Then I can increase the complexity of my space by like adding plants, adding furniture and whatnot, you know, and we call this nesting, right? Creating a nest, making it your own. With additional complexity, but for public spaces, that nesting part is done by the architect, right? That part where you increase complexity of a space is done by the architect. I'm gonna extrude this and then I'll come back to the chat. Today chat is pretty intense. If I'll miss any comments, I'm sorry. I'm really not used to chat being intense. This is a new for me. Okay, so we have glass here. We select the curves. We make a planar surface out of them. And we extrude the surface by 600. That, just like that. Bam, 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 bam. And we move these into the surface by, where's the perpendicular stamp? There we go. By, let's do 300 so that they're right in the middle. So, let's see. That's how it looks. Actually like how it looks. It's intersecting there a little bit, but we will ignore it and we will just say that this is part of the plan. And I need to move it in for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna move it in. And I'm gonna move it in by those 300 millimeters. Oh yeah. So now it's extending here. It's protruding here. Oh, this is gonna be nice. This is gonna be nice. I should kind of create a new new layer for Windows. There we go. Just so that everything has the same language. Okay, we're done with 2 windows. There's plenty more left to deal with. What tips would you give? Wait. It's exactly what we do in Grasshopper. Yes, it is. Like creating complexity with patterns behind it is indeed exactly what we do in Grasshopper. That's why Grasshopper is successful. If you are looking to learn to make similar details, search for Hadid's working drawings in Google. Hadid Architects, Mad Architects. Is it Bollinger? And just a second. Where was it? There was this really good webinar. A very, very good webinar that I want all of you to look at. And it was it on Vimeo? It was probably on Vimeo, but I'll try. Zaha Hadid Morpheus Hotel webinar. Let's try it this way. Yes, it's indeed on Vimeo. So this webinar right here is something that I always, yeah, the 2 hours one. It's something that I always show my students when I'm talking about these kind of structures and how to actually build them. And this is Zaha Hadid Architects and Front facade consultants talking about how they did the Morpheus Hotel. And if I kind of scroll through this real quick, I'll link it in the chat, by the way. Oops, like that. There we go. So if we scroll through this, you can see, you know, all of the drawings that they used, all of the, like, how their Grasshopper definitions looked like, and what kind of detailing they had, production, and whatnot. And they answer questions as well. Very good webinar. Really suggest you looking at it. What tips would you give a third-year student, architecture student? Experiment. Experiment as much as possible. You will not have the chance to experiment once you're finished school. If you're working in an office, you will do what works, not what might work, right? You will just not have enough resources, enough time, and enough, I don't know. Once money is on the line, you don't have the flexibility to experiment anymore. What do I think about humanitarian architecture? I mean, I love it. I think that it's super important to have it. Yeah, that's about it. There's nothing more. There's nothing more to say. Humanitarian architecture, like, was it Shigeru Ban who did the temporary housing for the Japanese people after the large earthquake, you know, the Fukushima disaster? I'll just duplicate this edge here because it's a bending window, and we will need to work with this a little bit in a little bit different way as to how we work with the planar windows. I think it was Shigeru Ban, right? And stuff that he's doing is amazing. It's great. Oh, you watched it. Okay, so it's. I think that webinar is real good, real good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shigeru is one of my heroes. He's a cool guy. Okay, how the hell do we work with this one though? I need to create a window from this one. Let's zoom into it. So you're not planner. That's the first boo-boo. Can we offset you? We can, but it's gonna be a shit show. Oh my god. Can we? How do we work with you? We can't extrude this. We can't offset this. We can though. What if I copy this to the side by 300 millimeters? Something like that. Is it 300? Maybe let's do more. Let's do 500 millimeters. 500 millimeters like that. And then we just mess around with the control points. So that goes back. Oops, not that. That goes back minus 500. Like that. And these go back minus 500 like that. Now we have a pretty good idea of how this is gonna look like. So that means, what does this mean? We can loft these two, right? We can loft these and create a ribbon like that. This is gonna be a tricky one. I will not be able to read chat properly. So I'll catch up before then. Yeah, earthquakes are, god damn it. Earthquakes are rough on architecture. Now they're kind of doing some really nice inventions though, to make the building sway a little bit better with the earthquake frequencies, but it's still kind of early. What softwares are being used in offices right now? Revit, ArchiCAD, Rhino, AutoCAD. SketchUp was used, but I don't think it's being used anymore as much. So these ArchiCAD and Revit, figure out which one is used in your country and use that, because it differs from country to country. These two are basically the same, you know, their functionality is literally the same. Rhino is used quite a bit, but not too much. Still, I think it's going to be used more later. What else? What else? And AutoCAD is used, at least to my knowledge, it's still used because the municipality workers use it, right? For every city, the municipality, the city planning commission, they use AutoCAD to kind of take in the drawings from the architects and create approvals, you know, for like building permits and whatnot. So architects still use AutoCAD because of that kind of collaboration with the city planning commissions or municipality workers. Who is my personal favorite architect these days? Ma Yasong, the MAD Architecture Office, MAD. Also Go Hasagawa. Hasagawa with a W. Those two. When I was studying Greg Lynn, while I was studying Greg Lynn, by far was my biggest inspiration. But these days he doesn't seem like he's doing architecture anymore. Maybe it's just me. Okay, let's offset. SRF. Let's offset the surface inwards by 75, right? Okay. So we have this. What about it? How does the edge look like? Well, it's a pretty decent edge, ain't gonna lie. So we can work. Okay. We have this. We have this shit on lock. I think we will manage. I think we will manage. So this edge and this edge right here. I'm holding Control Shift, by the way, to select them. These two edges, I'll just join them up. So I have two closed curves. Let's look at them. Oh shit. Duplicate edge. Yeah, duplicate edge. Forgot to do that part, I think. No, I didn't. What's wrong with me today? Still feeling nervous, I guess. Hide that for a bit so that it's not in the way. Select these two edges. They're not pretty, but let's try it anyway. Queen curves. And let's... Oh, the seam. The disgusting seam. Can we fix the seam somehow? No, we can't. Okay, so we can't tween between two curves. I'll cheat a bit. I'll select this. I'll copy it. Select that. Trim. Bam, bam. Oop. Come on. Why don't you trim? Trim. Get rid of that. Enter. Trim. That for some reason doesn't want to be trimmed. We investigate further. Will you trim now? Okay, it trims. So I'm forcing the endpoints to be where I want them to be in doing so. Which makes us, if then I close curve and rebuild both of these curves. This is getting fancy, huh? And I tween between these two curves. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Ooh, wait, no, that's not better. That's worse. 50. How is this? So tween is not our friend in this case, huh? Or maybe, it is our friend. I'm just stupid. That's honestly, that's it is what it is, right? It is what it is. So that works. So that means if we have like 3 of them, or rather we just want 1 of them, enter, like that. I have the middle curve going along the edge here. Okay, cool. What about it? Will it offset? No, it won't. It won't offset properly. Will the offset loose work? Offset, enter loose, yes. No. Cap, none. Okay, so this is getting tricky. I'm trying to create glass, right? And glass is being a dick. Think, come on. You can do it. Just think. Just think. this is a great lesson. I mean, sure, if you enjoy looking at a guy just kind of rocking back and forth in his chair, thinking how the hell is he gonna make a window out of this? I could use patch. Like that's always an option. Just saying screw it and using patch. Maybe we do that. Maybe we do that, huh? Let's do it. Patch. 10 by 10. Oh shit. It bends inwards. Actually. Actually, I mean, maybe I don't want it to bend inwards. I want it to bend outwards, but that is pretty cool. Let's make it bend outwards. So I'm gonna draw this line here. I will rebuild that line to have 4 points. Yeah. I'll grab the middle two and I'll just move it out. Just like that. A little bit more. I think that's gonna be a nice detail. We patch this and this now. 10 by 10, sure, preview. Now it's bulging outwards. I call this good. I will call this good. Then we just offset surface outwards by 10 millimeters. Okay, show. That's what we have. I mean, I'm not sad about it. I'm happy with it, with how this is turning out. But we do need to check it with Arctic View though, just to see. That's looking nice. One thing that I don't like though is that this cap, like this cap, I don't like this cap. So I'm going to take this as well as this little point right here. I'm gonna move all of it up. Just like that. Wait, how does this intersect then? Oh, it's then just a single edge. That's not a nice intersection, but do we care? This is like for pigeons to poop, right? Let's see what chat says. Split it and make a network surface. Yeah, that could... that's smart. Should have done that. I'll do it with the next one. Do you think architecture school in general prepares you for an architecture corporate job? Oh, it really depends on an architecture school. Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on how your timelines, how your scheduling is handled in the school, what kind of projects you do, and so on. In my experience, academia prepares you in terms of drawing. Wait, maybe we just move this. Sorry, I'm gonna... Just a second. Let's move this point down. Might be cool. Or this. Ah, this is cooler. So architecture schools prepare you for drawing techniques. But they don't really, at least to my experience, they don't really prepare you in technical use of the programs. Like speed is very important when you're working in an office, and architecture schools tend to have very relaxed time frames. And even with that, students tend to be very, stressed about the time frames. So every time when I hear that the student is stressed with having like not half a year, but a semester to do a project, you know, and oh, there's not enough time. I'm just thinking, oh, they're gonna eat you up in an office. Because, you know, like 2-3 months for a turnaround of a proposal phase for a project. That's not happening. Like it's much faster in an office. Do you think there's a future for generative design of whole buildings or just for planes, like finished 3D? But speaking of finished 3D, Jesper, who's creator of finished 3D, was my colleague for a while. We worked in the university together, and I kind of saw like the early steps of finished 3D and how it kind of came to be. It's still in very early steps. I mean, it's still alpha version. I do have a podcast with Jesper on the channel. If you just kind of Google for finished 3D podcast, you'll find it. So generating whole buildings. By the way, finished 3D is not about generating whole buildings. It's about making boring tasks automated. That's the first thing, and second thing is informing the architect about what kind of forms are best. But it's not a design tool. So finished 3D is not by no means it's a design tool, and it's never going to show you final output. So you basically think about it this way. With finished 3D, finished 3D is going to generate for you the massing, right? But then what you actually model instead of that massing, right, is going to be your design approach. So it's not generative design in itself. Generating whole buildings, I don't think that's gonna be, I mean, in certain cases, yes, but it's never gonna be a universal thing. No. But in certain instances, yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's definitely a possibility. Let's say, ooh, is that Korean? Wait, is that? I can't read Korean, but at least I think that's Korean. Asking if it's Maya. Are you asking if this is Maya? This is not Maya, this is Rhino. But it works in a very similar way as Maya does. The only problem, actually I can talk about this a bit. Maya in architecture, so SkyArc, which is based in Los Angeles, uses Maya, right, for architecture. And used to use Maya for quite a while now. I don't think, crap, I messed it up. Dupage. I don't think Maya is a good tool for architects. There, I said it. Because it doesn't have the precision of what an architecture software package should have. So with Maya, you don't get good construction drawings. You can't get good construction drawings, so you would need to use Rhino either way, right? With Maya, you kind of make the form and you import it into Rhino. And right now, when Rhino has the functionality of SubD geometry, there's absolutely no need for Maya anymore. So I was saying SkyArc. SkyArc have been using Maya for quite a while, and they're basically they're famous for preparing architects for Hollywood. Right? So they architects who work on Hollywood movies finish SkyArc, right? So they work with Maya kind of because of that, at least in my opinion. I might be wrong about this because many things have been changing in that school in the last like 5 years or so, and now they're much more technically driven. But Maya is way too loose for me. I don't like it. This one right here. Actually, this one, let me rebuild this first with like 100 points or maybe even more. That's 22. Let's do 200. That's 15. That's fine. Okay, we have this rebuilt. I will work with this a little bit differently, I think. I will separate it manually, which is gonna be tricky to do, I guess. Let's just draw one line that's just straight up vertical, and then figure it out from there. Have you tried 3D printing with clay? Lots of new materials are being 3D printed nowadays. Like honestly, man, half of my university is 3D printing with clay, and at this point I'm so tired of it. It's really cool, don't get me wrong. It's super cool and super interesting, but eventually you just kind of start seeing let's do plain. Eventually you start seeing same thing over and over again, you know. Spiralized contours. Oh, look what kind of really cool. Let's do this in top view. What kind of really cool patterns we can get out of clay and so on, right? So it becomes this kind of a same thing over and over and over again. That's something that I don't really like. Solid no, and every 1 meter. There we go. There we go. There we go. Gonna take a little bit of time, but that's fine. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so we have this going. And maybe I can just be a little bit cheeky about this. And just do that here. Maybe something like this. Okay, so I'm forcing intersections here, right? That's what I'm doing. How do you think of Zaha? What do you think of Zaha Hadid, the architect? I think she was great, an amazing woman. I mean, the fact that she worked on her ideas for so long without actually getting a project, right? And just trying and trying in competitions and believing in her ideas. I think she was one of the strongest women in the field of architecture. A hero for me. I was watching SkyArc juries last month, and that sort of speculative architecture is so rare here in India. It's always construction material driven, local materials, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's neither good nor bad. The speculative architecture part, it's neither good nor bad. It's just a different way of thinking about it. You need both worlds. You need to know both sides of architecture to be a decent architect. If you're just really good at 3D modeling, but you have no idea, you know, about construction, about local materials, or you know how materials are going to be used in your building, then it doesn't matter what you model out, right? It really doesn't. It's just digital at that point. You're just doing paper architecture, and academics might say, "Oh, paper architecture is so freaking important," right? Blah blah blah. Sure, to a certain extent, it is. But if it's just speculative, right? If it's just, oh, this is something that could be built one day, and once you ask the question how, and they answer with, yo 3D printing with drones, man, just trust me, Trust me, bro. At that point, I don't know. Seems naive. So yeah, okay, so that's the word that I'm looking for. Speculative architecture has a plague or a sickness of being naive. Some of it is not, but most of it is. Have you tried Rhino inside for Revit? Yes, I have. Rhino is great for modeling and Revit for producing documents. Rhino paired with Grasshopper is also great for producing drawings. But yes, you are right. Rhino inside of Revit, I tried it. I wanted to do a series of tutorials about it, but it's too... it's way too... How do I say this? Unstable. Buggy. Yeah, that's the word. Buggy. It's too buggy at this point. When you are creating complex stuff with Grasshopper and you try to use Rhino inside Revit to parse that fancy stuff into Revit, you will have a bad time at this stage. Once I see that it's stable, I will definitely do tutorial series on it because I think that's a very strong connection to have between the two programs. What software are you using for your architecture? Is it only Rhino? It is only Rhino. It is. If I needed to do a really big building, you know, something that's larger than, let's say, 3,000 square meters, I think, yeah, around larger than 3,000 square meters, I would start looking into Revit. Just because I wouldn't be able to meet the deadlines with Rhino. But since I'm not making any big buildings, I'm using Rhino. ABM News subscribed, thank you. Because of it is difficult to design curvilinear architecture. She stole all the curves, like all of them, and once, yeah. She didn't steal all the curves. She used. She was the first one to use them. She created the curves. Well, technically Greg Lynn created the curves, but Zahedid was the one who implemented them and made them work properly and aesthetically. Rhino with Grasshopper, great for drawings? Please show us. I think I already... Check out this webinar. I have linked it in the chat. That webinar shows how they generated drawings automatically for a facade with Rhino. Some of it was done in Revit, of course. They kind of moved back and forth, but the final drawing set, because it was more than 100,000 drawings, all of those were generated with Rhino. Well, with Grasshopper. Okay, what the hell are we doing here? Let's think. Okay, I need to offset. This is gonna be so stupid. 25, no, not 25, 50. Offset surface. Okay, so I wanna offset actually all of these surfaces. Bam, 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 bam. Offset, and we offset them by 50. Come on, there we go. So we have that going on. And now we solve intersections. So intersect all of these bad boys. There we go. So we have a crap ton of points now. And with these points, I can draw. Now I know for a fact that I'm drawing straight lines, right? Straight, not necessarily vertical, but definitely in plane lines from each other. So that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. This is gonna be such a weird thing though. Okay. Okay. God, what the hell am I doing? If you're thinking, what the hell is he doing? Trust me, I have no idea. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Up, that's the wrong thing to select. Cell PT, delete. Okay, so we have this. Now there's some trimming that's gonna be involved. Every time when you have geometry that is too complex to handle, you separate it. You separate it into smaller pieces, and then you work on smaller pieces independently. This is for actually any task, right? If a task is too intense or too hard to handle, too much to handle, then you just separate everything. Okay. Okay. Whew. So we have this going. Let's join everything up. So now I have a bunch of separate closed curves, right? Is it done without make2D because make2D never works properly? I think they used make2D, but they mostly project. So instead of using make2D, they selectively project things. So it's like a stripped down version of make2D. It's quite interesting how Zaha was able to be inspired by constructivist art and then produce such wonderful curved forms. I wonder how she interpreted them. Look at her early drawings. All of her early drawings have no curves. All of them are made. It's like Libius Woods as well. If you don't know what Libius Woods is, shame on you. This, right? Libius Woods. So her early drawings are similar to what Libius Woods was doing with his shapes, right? Where you have rectilinear shapes that follow along a curvilinear path, right? This is super oversimplifying it, but that's how she worked. And then eventually she just said, oh, this is a nice one. Then eventually she just said, screw it, let's just draw a curve, right? And once she started doing that, it all kind of fell into place. But her early Zaha drawings were quite rectilinear. Quite rectilinear in their essence. Okay, there's a curve there, but besides that, right? Stuff like this. So I posted the link for that Morpheus webinar. Inside of it, they show the drawing production output from Grasshopper. Right. So if you look at the webinar, it's inside of that. It's going to be shown in the webinar. Is it possible to make a modeling of a famous building? I don't do that. I really don't like it when people do it. Right? Oh, let's do this. Right? Let's do this building. I think that's whatever. No need for that. I like to make my own stuff and show how to make your own stuff rather than copying someone else's work. Edge surface. Wait. Most of these can be described as edge surfaces, right? Let's YOLO it. We explode. Explode this. The first question is here. Are you going to work? Yeah, you are. Okay, that's good. That's good. Since this works, that means all the rest will work. It's good. Bam. Bam. Or actually, wait, we're making a mistake. We are making a mistake. There's no thickness in the bottom and in the top. Ah, shit. Shit. So we need, what do we need? We need to solve this, right? Somehow. Come on. Hide that. Really want to pee as well. And we don't need that anymore though. So can we, the question is, can we just move the curves? I think we can, right? Yeah, of course they're not showing the procedure. That would be really bad if they did. It's not their business to teach; it's their business to make. But at least they show that it's possible. Actually, I'll make a small break here, small little coffee peeing break because I really want to go. But I'll answer the questions before I do that. Oh, that dichotomy between Saha's early drawings and her build forms. Like look at the first build form that she did, right? The fire department. Forgot the name of it. And that one is pretty damn rectilinear, in my opinion. Can you tell us something about my background? Which university did you attend? Which offices did you work in? Have you given any advice to make progress in parametric architecture? Can you give any advice? Yeah, Vitra Fire Station, thank you. My background. I will tell you all about my background after I peed a little. I wanna go. So I'm gonna put some text here. Not saying getting ready though. Saying PP break. 5 min. There we go. I will do that. I will also disable my webcam. Actually, let's make something prettier for you to look at. Something like this. By the way, every time when you want to do, as I did Ask Drawing, you just change the lens length to like 15 and zoom in. And then it's gonna be much more like Saha, right? Let's change this to ghosted. There we go. Bam. And we add a turntable to the mix as well. Yeah, that's gonna work. PP time. Yeah, 5 minutes, guys, and I'll be back. Alright then, let's get back to it. Pump, 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 pump. There we go. Ooh, it's a little bit bright, huh? Ah, right. Let there be light. Turntable off. Lens length back to 50. Hide the landscape. Hide that. Also hide that. Actually, I will need to rebuild this later. We'll rebuild that later. My background. It all started when I was a wee lad who got into airplane modeling. Actually making small little airplanes. This was back when I was still in high school. I really liked airplanes and I also really liked drawing. So guess what? I decided that, well, architecture has modeling and drawing at the same, like making physical stuff and drawing at the same time. So I decided to go into an architecture school, which was the Arts Academy in Vilnius, in Lithuania. And I studied there for 3 years. Then I went to, well, it's a 4-year bachelor's course, right? So during the, are we just doing this? I guess we're just doing that, huh? Wait, sorry, just give me a second. That's too many control points. How the hell do we solve this? Delete. We think about it more. So in architecture school, I went to Denmark to study engineering a little bit with Erasmus student exchange. Then I came back, I got my bachelor's, then I got my master's in the Arts Academy. Clipping plane. In the Arts Academy, I also went to Oslo, to Aho Architectural School in Oslo, to just get Do we do a plane? I'm just thinking right now. Where was I? So while I was studying masters, I went to Aho in Oslo, and there I kind of fell in love with drawing, right? Because they are really good at drawing. Came back, finished my studies, and kind of worked as a freelancer. No really interesting projects from that period, honestly. After I finished working as a freelancer, I went. I found a job in Lund University as a teaching assistant, and in a few years I became the course coordinator and like the main teacher for multiple courses in Lund University. Then me and my wife, we've started this do this, and let's do that. Me and my wife, we started an architecture company called Very Good Architecture Company, which is right here. That's our website, and we've started kind of producing some actual architecture. So I was teaching, or I am still teaching and doing architecture on the side, but most of this is done by my lovely wife right here. Right. So you can see here, like if we kind of go through these projects, most of them are quite simple, right? But they do have some parametrics, a little bit of parametrics in them. You know, here and there, grasshopper starts popping up. You know, stuff like this. By the way, I really like this glass bathroom. We did a few competition entries from which kind of we got some ideas, some inspirations for how to what we want to do with the company and where we want the company to go. So that was a pretty fun one to do. This one was a pretty fun one to do. Next. Then my wife did this building right here, which was kind of the start of, actually using SubD for architecture is pretty damn cool. Because this roof right here is SubD based, SubD geometry based roof. And it's still, you know, it's still simplistic in its essence, right? It's basically just a plane that's being kind of pushed down. But suddenly you kind of get really interesting behavior on the interior side of it, right? And you kind of get pretty cool angles, pretty cool forms that you can play around with. And this is the interior of it. So that was when SubD started, and from there on out we kind of just continued working on it. This has not been updated for a while. Now we have a few more buildings that are being currently built. We also did some jewelry. So this is metal, right? This is brass. Oh, there was a few more, but whatever. They're on the Etsy store here. Yeah, and that's basically it. And then once COVID struck, I started doing YouTube much more. Like I spent more time doing YouTube, right? Because I needed to actually work with students and kind of give them to give them the material for studying, and I used YouTube for that. And I kind of fell in love with the whole concept of YouTube and how it works, how it's the building a community and so on. That's really kind of fun for me, really inspiring. So I continued doing it, just not just for my work, but actually for fun, right? It became almost like a hobby for me. And here we are now. Working as an architect, doing YouTube, and working as a teacher. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but it is what it is. Just a second. I'm just gonna delete that. Wireframe. Select that. Extrude it. Where do you made these renders? Where? In the office. Or who? So half of the renders are done by my wife, Olga, and half of them are done by me. extrude curve. Let's just make it into a surface here, so we can work with this. Okay, so you will need to be further in. Sure. Can we do ghosted though? And they're all done, most of them. Not, I shouldn't say all, but most of them are done with V-Ray. Okay, so that's fully going in. What about this? Oh. It also needs to fully go in. There we go. Has been an invaluable resource, the YouTube part. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy to hear that it's helping people. Do things that you want to do. Okay, so I've simplified this, and hopefully simplifying it will help me more. Not sure how it will, but hopefully it will. Let's try. Let's try. So intersect between this and this. Okay. Isolate. So we have that. Delete that. Use this to trim a little bit. Okay, so we have this going now. Let us take this and explode it. So now we have these three planes, which means that I can work with them individually. Dupe border, dupe border, dupe border, delete, delete, delete. Okay. So this is gonna be the tricky one, but I think we will manage. These two, we can explode. Get rid of that, join back in. Take this, explode, nope. Explode, that's export, god damn it. Explode, and select that, join it back in. Don't need those two strips there. And we offset this inwards. Yeah, now it's gonna offset nicely. And we do 75 mil, right? Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we are indeed cooking. Explode that segment. Join these back in. Delete. Copy this upwards like that. Take that. Copy this downwards. Okay, so this is something that we can definitely start working with. Did we use V-Ray for Rhino or did we jump into 3ds Max? The forest environment was fantastic. It's all V-Ray for Rhino. It's all V-Ray for Rhino. I used to use 3ds Max while I was studying, but now these days I don't anymore. It's just V-Ray for Rhino is great. It's almost as strong as the one as V-Ray for 3ds Max. But the difference between them is that wait, we need 50, right? Yeah, 50 here. 50 here. There we go. So the difference between V-Ray for Rhino and V-Ray for 3ds Max is that how do I explain this? Right, I'm thinking how to how to kind of. The only difference is that you can't do cartoon stuff with V-Ray for Rhino, and I hate that because I love doing cartoon stuff, right? But for realistic renders, it's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Do you model in your sleep? I used to. These days, no, not anymore. I don't dream about modeling. But I definitely used to. So we take these three bad boys, and we offset surface, or we join them first. And then we, wait, two open poly surfaces? Why are you two? Why are you not? Join. Unable to join. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, sure. Then what if we first join the curves? Two open curves. One, wait. So this is not joining, huh? Okay, that's fine. We will force a join there. So that point is problematic. Ah, there we go. That's the issue. Don't tell anyone that I'm doing this. No one needs to know, man. No one needs to know. Now it should join, right? Join. Yeah, there we go. Loft. Unable to loft. Something is open. Probably this part, huh? I'll get back to the questions in just a second. Yeah, there we go. This is not happy. Now it's happy. Now it's gonna loft. Drag seam to adjust. Seam seems nice. Okay. We have ourselves a pretty crappy loft though. Ain't gonna lie. So we are going to sweep between two rails. First rail, second rail, third rail. Or not third rail, but cross-section curve. Ah. Try again. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Enter. While it's doing that, do you guys render in Lumion as well? No, we don't. I get some great results and very quick though. If I need real-time rendering, I use Unreal Engine. I heard Lumion is great though, but it's just, I don't want to learn like 500 different programs and be kind of crappy at all of them. It's much better to know like 5, right, and be kind of good at them. So that's at least my approach to this. I think this is good. Enter. Okay. So we have this. Now we offset surface both sides, solid yes, distance 250, and we get a ribbon. As easy as that. We show the geometry, we investigate how does the frame fit. I do like what I see here. Do I like this? I kind of do. It's kind of nice. Little hill, a hiccup. I like it. So we're gonna keep it. Great. We're making progress. We're making progress. Where are you guys watching these awesome live streams from? And which time zone are you living in? Oh, actually, that's this is something that I want to ask as well. Where are you guys from? It's always nice to hear that, you know, there's a lot of people from different countries tuning in. Let's isolate this and continue working on this. So you, sir, will jump to Windows because you are done. And then all we need to do is loft in these, extrude surface by 50, let's say. Let's do 100 mil. That. Push it back in by 50 actually. I think that's better. And then we just copy. This ortho copy. Let's do 1.2 meters, like the step size of 1.2. 2.4, 3.6, and last one is going to be, Jesus, come on, move, 4.8, okay. And here we're gonna have a weird window. There's stuff sticking out, but that's fine, we will fix it. Zurich from Switzerland. USA, Paris, Germany, Korea, Germany, Israel, India, Greece. I don't want to rebuild the curves because when the curves are, when I'm rebuilding them, I'm introducing error, right? So I would prefer to have more resolution rather than more inconsistencies in this case. Sometimes looking at your face, oh, Belgium as well. Sometimes looking at your face makes me feel like you are very tired of doing these things. What do you think about this? Burnout, huh? I'm not sure. No, I don't get tired of it. Sometimes, sometimes it is taxing. Oops, that was a wrong doo-doo. Sometimes it is taxing on me to kind of keep doing these things over and over again. That's why, for instance, notice how we don't have like grasshopper tutorials are not as frequent as they used to be. That's just because I don't want the channel to just be grasshopper tutorial after tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, right? It's I get tired of that kind of crap. So I want to make a building, right? Or I want to make a watering thing, right? Or I want to make something, I don't know, something else. So when I'm changing things up, I don't get tired of them at all. Guess that's my final answer. 100, delete. But my face, I mean, I have what's called panda eyes, right? The black stuff underneath my eyes, and I had them since childhood. That's why I always look kind of tired. I'm really not. 3,400, 4,800. We need one more. 6,000. Do we need one more? No, we don't. We're good with that. So there's a lot of people from different countries tuning in. I love that. I really, really love that. And I think in Korea it should be pretty late. Well, no, it's not. It's like 10 o'clock, right? Something like that. And in USA, wait. Wait a minute. In USA, though, it should be a really early morning. It's 9 p.m. in China? Okay. So it's not that big of a gap, huh? In Syria as well. Okay, so we have this going. 6 on the west coast. What the hell are you doing? I should probably talk more quietly and so that you can still get a little bit of a nap, right? And Moscow is also here. Yeah, it's 10 in Korea. Okay. We need glass. That is what we need. We need glass. I'll be cheeky about this, I think. I'll just create a box. We'll just do a little bit of trimming, right? And that's gonna work. So that scale 1D from here to here, I want like 5 mil. So just don't question my logic. It's a single surface or single pane glass. Don't know that word. Just I do what I want, right? I do what I want. So that fits, that's nice. This is gonna be a tricky boy, but we will figure it out. Now this one, kind of the same procedure, right? A bunch of boxes, we scale them down and we make them into glass. Been up since 3 AM. Well, that's either well, it depends if you want it to be up since 3 AM, I guess. Wait, scale 1D doesn't work. Scale 1D, hello? Please. 5 mil. And Rome, Italy. Nice. Oh, since we have a bunch of people here, we can do then a little bit of a video game. I always do this, right? When there's too many people who are watching, I turn on a video game. Don't worry, it's not gonna be anything too obnoxious. I turn on a video game just to make sure that we don't have too many people, because most of the people just leave when I do that. So we have this, we explode this now, and we investigate. So we have this curve, and this curve. That's disgusting. Join it up. I just want to rebuild this with like 5 points. Yeah, that's gonna be better. Extrude, surface, nope. Extrude curve. Once I've done with this building, I will show you a game that I like to play, and you will tell me if it's interesting or not. Okay, let's think. I need to give this 5mm or 10mm thickness, so I'll do distance 5, but I will be offsetting it to both sides. So this way. So nice glass window. Okay. Now we just need to clean everything up. Let's try doing it this way. Bam, bam. Boolean difference with this. Bam. I should have saved. Oh shit, I should have saved. Cancel. Cancel. Cancel that. Alright, save the file. How's the Arduino project? We are going to try it out again. I have received the parts that I burned last time. So I have a new batch of parts, and it should be good. We will try it out. We will see if it works. I have a little bit of it prepared now. I'm an architecture student, 3rd year, and I've been binging your channel. It always baffles me, how the hell can my channel be binged watched? But I mean, if you can do it, you can do it, sure. Boolean difference. So we remove from this with this. Oh, come on. From this with this. There we go. That's what I want to see. That's perfect. Now we remove from this with this. Also perfect. Everything else here is clean because it's planar. This is not clean though. So we need to actually these two Boolean difference with the frame. Perfect. We are golden. We have our windows. Go. Arctic. Well, this took a while. Now we have enclosure. It's sticking out just like I want it to. It has layering just like I want it to. And we are getting there. We still have a few enclosures to do. But let's have a little bit of a break, right? Let's have a little bit of a break. I wanna play a game. GeoGuessr. That's the game that we're gonna play. Basically, we need to pinpoint. Where was the? We need to pinpoint a location in the map where we are, depending on the Google Earth image. Well, not the Google Street View image. We need to say where we are. I'll try to ignore the chat a little bit. Because if 48 people start guessing, we will go nowhere. So I'll just try to do this on myself by myself, and then I will, once I've kind of guessed, then I will take a look at what chat was saying. Yeah, I can immediately see Australia. We'll see about that. We will see about that. I really like your Rhino tutorials. They are very helpful for my master's thesis project. Greetings from Australia. Okay, we do have an Australian here. Is this your country? Yeah, that definitely looks like Australia. The sign is kind of a giveaway. Road, Yonka Road. And we also, so this is north, right? Oh wait, my camera needs to be moved here. There we go, that's better. So we have a compass here, and I'm not gonna drive around, right? I'm just going to kind of look around. We have a compass here, and this is pointing to the north. And when I look at the sun, it's kind of in the north, like more to the north than it is to the south. So I know that we're on the southern hemisphere, and it's written in English. I mean, what about New Zealand? It's not New Zealand, is it? No, it's not New Zealand. So this really looks like Australia. Okay, which part of Australia though? I would probably say east, west, east, or yeah, which coast? Because goddamn, Australia is big. Yonka Road. But there's not a lot of roads here, but they don't have names. Shit. Crap. Okay, let's try. I'm just gonna guess here. I don't know. Guess. Crap. Other side. Even though we kind of guessed Australia, we still don't get a lot of points. We're 2,700 kilometers away from the correct location. We did get some points though. So it's 5 rounds in total, and we will see what kind of score we will get. Round number 2, Palm tree. Okay. That means we are somewhere closer to the... Well... Maybe. Home furniture center. Crappy road. Pickup trucks. What's that? Nothing. Well, everything's written in English and we have pickup trucks, right? Best prices in town, AGMs. Okay. Okay. Do we go for... I mean, it's pretty crappy road. I thought USA would have nicer roads, though. This is confusing. This is confusing for me. Where's the steering wheel? The steering wheel is on the left. Okay. The steering wheel is on the left. Yeah, let's YOLO it. Here. Okay then. Oh shit. Ah shit. There we go here. Oh shit. Okay, so we did get 2 points for that one. We didn't look at the sun. We didn't look at the sun. We didn't investigate if the sun is going from the south side or from the north side. That's my bad. I saw you write down Middle East. No, it wasn't Middle East. Okay, we try again. We try again. Okay, third round. Solar panels. White walls. We're closer to the south. This seems like Europe. Are you... Yeah, that looks like European. Are... But this one doesn't give us any clues whatsoever. That's crappy. This looks Italian though. Like this kind of crap is Italian, but I don't wanna just now say Italy. What kind of cars? Opel, okay. It's a little bit hilly, but not too hilly. I'm gonna go for somewhere here. Somewhere, or it could be Portugal as well. Oh crap. We're back. We're bad at this, aren't we? Let's check the sun. So the shadows are going from, yeah, so the sun is shining from the south. Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Kosovo, Croatia, Albania. I'll go for well, wait. This is rocky. This has a lot of not mountains, but a very dramatic landscape. So if it's Italy, it's somewhere here. That's South Africa. I think you're talking about the previous one. There's a little bit of lag on your end. Let's try this. Just YOLO it. You never can get... Alright, it could be France as well. Shit. It could have been France. You never get anything for free these days, huh? Okay, now we can continue. It was Belgium. Ivan, good job. Proud of you. Much better than me. Next one. Oh my god. I should know that that flag. I should really know that flag. I don't know that flag. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, chat. Okay, chat, help me. Flags is where I suck. Really suck. Help. Nigeria? Hmm. Yeah, be careful with that. Because there is like automatic detection. Like YouTube has automatic detection of these kind of words. Nigeria is fine though. Sudan, India. Oh my god, okay. You're not helping me here. Niger, Nigeria, India. Then we have Sudan. So we all agree that it's somewhere here, right? Okay. The emblem in the flag is not in the Nigeria flag, but definitely a Muslim African country. Oh, you're just Turkey, Pakistan, India. You can use cracked software in Iran for free. Well, good for you, I guess. I mean, there's not much to say about that. Okay. I will do a safe bet and I'll say Sudan because it's kind of close to Nigeria and it's not too far away from Pakistan and India. So we kind of are trying to grab this whole area here. Guess. It was Nigeria. YOLO Nigeria. Okay, one more. Definitely not Southeast Asia. Well, yeah, that was for sure. That was for sure. Honestly, this looks like my neighborhood. Immediately I want to see Sweden, but at the same time I see the yellow backplates for the cars, so it is not Sweden. What has yellow backplates? Which countries? This is Europe, right? We all agree that this is Europe. Yellow Luxembourg, I think, has yellow backplates. Netherlands have yellow backplates as well, huh? Well, it is flat. Ain't gonna lie. I mean, it is pretty damn flat. That can be. Ooh, there's a sign. Well, this is not helpful. I can see an N and an S, and that's rough. That's rough. Yo, this is not Iceland. I don't. No, there's no way that this is Iceland. Well, there is a Christmas tree right there, but Iceland, I feel like Iceland is, since it's volcanic, right? It doesn't have like the grass doesn't grow so easily, right? Land means avenue. Ooh. Okay, Sergey is lagging behind a little bit, but he did guess correctly. That is the Nigerian. That was the Nigerian flag. Nah, this is not USA. Look, the cars are small. In USA, you expect the cars to be 5 times bigger, and the roads to be 5 times wider. I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't say anything. Just a joke, man. We go for Netherlands. I think we go for Netherlands because goddamn, this is one flat piece of land. And I'm just gonna shoot. This is like the cul-de-sac, so it's a little bit further away from Amsterdam, right? Let's try out here. Okay. This is like one of those memes. Ain't gonna lie, they had me in the first. They had us in the first round, right? But we kind of solved it. Let's look at the summary. So, in most of our guesses, I mean, coming from Europe, this was, easy. That part was easy, but goddamn. That South Africa one just destroyed the score. Completely destroyed the score. Anyway, that's for me, it's always a fun little break to do from modeling, but now we can come back and we can continue on modeling. We'll do a bit more, then I will do a little bit of Arduino stuff, which I think is gonna be nice. And once we're done with the Arduino stuff, we will do some more modeling. That's the plan for today. I have nothing planned. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to be anywhere, which is not usual for me. So I'm happy. We can go real deep with this. Do we do a doorway? Do we do a doorway? Head spinning game. Let's do a doorway later. I wanna kind of fix these openings here. I think they need some love. So let's fix these openings up a bit. Landscape gets got, disappears. There we go. The top view, maybe not in the top view. In the top view, we just do a plane. Just this little doohickey right here, or maybe, wait, this is flat, right? I can kinda do a plane here. I think. Let's think. Now let's do a plane the proper way. Move it to here, rotate it from here to here, rotate 3D. I'm basically just orienting it so that it kind of aligns with, Jesus Christ, just snap properly, so that it aligns with my geometry that I have right here. Doesn't matter how big it is, by the way, as you probably know by now. So we have this, and I definitely want it to be inside like that. But then the problem, yeah, then the problem is this, right? So we can't really have it doing its thing. Like we can't have it at an angle. Okay. Line B. Plane. Move it to the correct position. Rotate it from here to here to here. And then we rotate it, or rotate 3D. We use rotate 3D on it. Flip it up, pull it up, and position it like so. Well, deeper, much, much deeper. Bam, like that. Okay, so this should do the trick. Let's look at it with a clipping plane, where it actually goes. Okay. Do we want a window to be here? Or do we want it to be a little bit closer? I actually kind of like a window being here. I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna have it here for sure. Okay, let's have a window here. So that means we do an intersection again. And mark that, delete that, delete that. We have a curve here now that we can offset inwards. Wait, that's a weird offset. Distance, let's do, yeah, actually 75 is fine. Let's do 75, like that. And now we need divisions for this. So let's figure out the divisions now. Hide, oh, not hide, not hide, not hide. Bad idea to hide. Isolate. We isolate and we figure out the divisions. Do I just do planes again? Not sure if I need to. Maybe we just do it in front view like that. Just draw it. Or maybe let me show you one little trick that I like to do. So this is crooked, right? Neither one of the projections works for me because it's not aligning with neither X, Y, or Z directions. So what I can do is I can go to C-planes. I can go to 3 point, set C-plane by 3 points, and I can just do this. Click, click, click. And now my C-plane is set to be flat to the curves that I have, which means that now I can go to set view and I can take a look at the plan view of the C-plane by clicking that, and now I have like a full-on frontal projection of my shapes, which means that I can draw now in this frontal projection like that. Easy. Okay, let's think then. I kind of want this, right? Yeah, I want this. So let me just grab these, tween between them to make sure that the curve that I have is right in the middle. Reposition this properly. This can go up, right? Yeah, I think this can go up. I think that's gonna look nice. Offset 50 inwards. To the left or to the right? Let's do to the left. Doesn't really matter. And now there's a bunch of trimming that we're going to do. Well, before we do that, actually, or do we care? No, we don't care. Let's do trimming. Trim. Bam, 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 bam. As I mentioned before, you need sound effects when you are doing these kind of procedures, or else it's not gonna work. So you kind of need to go like click, click, beep, bop, bam, bam, boom, boom, and so on. Right? Only then it works. That's the rule. That is the rule. Okay, so we have all of this kind of cleaned up now. Join it all up. Reminds me of a quote: the reasonable man adapts himself to the world, the unreasonable one persists trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. Oh, I get Elon vibes from this statement. Mr. Musk, huh? Mr. Musk. Let's fillet it with. I don't want it to be too intense. Let's do like 150. Yeah, something like that. Just a little bit of rounding. Just to soften out the edges. Should probably just do corner fillet, right? Or fillet corners. Yeah, let's do that. I'll just do this one real quick. Now for the rest, let's just do... this one already has a fillet, so I can't do it for this one. Shit. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. And this one, fillet corners. 150. There we go. Much easier. Much faster. Coffee time. Okay. So we have this going on. Now I don't need the seaplane anymore. That's done. So I go to seaplanes and I go to set seaplane to world top, click that, and we reinstate the set view perspective. So we're back in, in what we had before. Let's do some planar surfacing here. Let's do some, we don't need that anymore. Let's grab all of these. Planar surface for all of these, delete. And now we are just left with dealing with extrusions, right? Extrude surface. Whoa, whoa. That's only 10. Like that. Okay, and this one more, that's gonna be 100. Enter. Delete that. We have this, and now these windows are going here to here by 50. 50. There we go. Arctic view. Okay. Go. Okay. I dig it. I think that looks fine. We have one of them then. We have one more left to do here. Basically like a negative of that one. So that's gonna be easy. Gonna do it. Well, after I've done that, we will do some Arduino stuff. Just because I feel like, how long have I been online? 3 hours? Only 3 hours. Maybe that's because it's because I talk so much. I tend to become tired a bit. Either way, doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. We do the plane thing. Just a repetition of the last process that we've done. Rotate this, and actually this one aligns nicely, so there's gonna be less rotations involved. Like that. Do we want it here? This is gonna be a pretty nice balcony type of a thing, like a terrace type of a thing. That's cool. Um, do I want it here or do I want it deeper? I don't want it deeper. I like it here. Intersect. Bam, bam. And take that, delete that, delete that. We have the curve here. We offset the curve inwards by 75. Like that. Isolate. So this one actually aligns with x-axis, which means that the right side view is going to be the good one. But I'm still going to create a C-plane here, just for shits and giggles. Actually, it's because when I draw the curves, I want them to be in the correct plane, right? Offset. Let's do 120, 1200 mil, like that. It's gonna be a this is gonna have more subdivisions. That's nice. And actually here, I want to move it up by 2.1 meters, something like that. So we're making sure that it's the door sized, right? Door would fit there. A little bit of offsetting. 50. 50. Out, to the left, to the right, and downwards. No, upwards. And then a bunch of trimming. No, I just hope that I might have learned Russian by now, but no, I still can't read Russian. I'm learning Japanese though. Learning how to write, speak, and how to use Japanese. Hiragana and katakana are fine, but then I found out like a month ago or so, I found out that there is also kanji. That one hurts. Kanji characters are no fun. For sure. But my hopes are that in like 3 years of studying, I think like in next 3 years I'll be good enough so that I can kind of hold a conversation, let's say it like that, in Japanese. That would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. Select corners, 150. Planar surface that as well. C-plane back to normal. We got perspective. Seems good. Seems good. Extrude. Surface. 100. And now the window panels. Glass panels, rather. Extrude surface 10. What? Did I mess it up? Or maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. I just extruded them to the wrong side. So they need to go back in by -60. Show. Okay. Okay. So curves, delete curves, don't need the curves anymore. We are golden. Am I into Japanese culture? Some of it, yeah. What's the first, or what was the last interesting anime you watched? Oh. The last that's a tough one. Last interesting anime. Actually, it wasn't an anime. It was a donghua from like it was a Chinese cartoon, Modao Zushi, which has the a Netflix show as well, like equranization or live action Netflix show called The Untamed. That was pretty sweet. Other than that, I'm looking forward for the last part of Neon Genesis Evangelion to come out, the refurbished version of it to come out. Because that was like Neon Genesis Evangelion was the thing that actually got me into anime. But like I'm learning Japanese not for that, not to be able to kind of watch anime without subtitles or anything like that. I want to live there, basically. So some, you know, in some years, 5 years, 10 years, I want to live there. That's the reason. Do we do one last one, or do we make a? Let's have a break. Let's have a little bit. Yeah, Evangelion got me. Evangelion, and also the movie, the Kenshin movie, the Trust and Betrayal one. You know, the history of Kenshin, Rorin Kenshin. That one got me real deep into that stuff for a while. These days, I don't really watch that much anime anymore. That was a lie. I do, but I don't watch it that often as I used to. The last one that I watched was actually JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That was pretty funny. What was... Wait. Yeah, and I'm still watching One Piece. Like, One Piece started like airing. I don't even know when. I think I was born when they started airing, and they're still airing. I think we're at episode... We're reaching episode 1000 soon. So I'm still kind of, every few months I remember that One Piece is a thing, and I kind of watch them like 5-6 episodes, like binge watch 5 or 6 episodes, and then I forget about it for another few months. Let's jump into Arduino. On episode 536, oh, you have a long way ahead of you. Let's jump to Arduino stuff. So for that, we will do a little bit. I think that's going to be a little bit weird. Hi, welcome. I think that's going to be a bit on the weird side. Trust me, this is going to work or not. I have no idea. But if we do this and I take the camera. Oh, that's my coffee, by the way. Camera, and show this. And we zoom in a little bit. Let's look at it. There's my Arduino hooked up. Of course, this time around, like last stream was a fail with Arduino. This time around, I've actually tested it and it works. Like the hardware works. Just need a piece of paper here, just so that you can see better. And we need to hook this bad boy up, right? We need to hook it up. Oh, microphone is here. I'm looking how to hook it up. There we go. That should do the trick. Just an extension cable. Just to make sure that, come on, if it works. I swear to God, if this time, if it's not gonna work, oh no, it does. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to place the little OLED screen here so that you can see it. Okay, that. It's really small, but hopefully, come on. Hopefully, we will make this work. There we go. Okay, so we have that going. Kind of want to do this though. Or no, I don't. So it says subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. Right? It says subscribe. That was my test actually, where I kind of investigated if it's gonna work or not. All right, so now since we have this working, let us make. Oh yeah, I should probably explain what I'm doing, right? I have. Messed it up a little bit. I have a flower pot here, a flower pot design, and I'm working on a video where it's basically going to be a flower pot with an LCD screen, and you will get attached to your plant, and your plant is going to interact with you in a way that if plant wants water, it's going to be a sad plant, and the LCD screen, instead of subscribe here, the LCD screen is going to say, it's going to show a smiley face, a plant that is sad, right? Or if the plant has enough water and it's happy, then it's going to be a happy face. That's the idea. A simple idea, but at the same time a little bit tricky to do. I messed up. Show you here. See how well this is. Wait. See how well the USB port is done? Yeah. That is what happens when you forget to actually make a USB port, and then you need to drill into your into your 3D print to run the USB cable. So that's gonna. I'm gonna. You'll see the rest of it in a video that I'm gonna do. But for now, I want to do a little bit of Arduino processing here. It's gonna take like, I don't know, 15 minutes, something like that, hopefully. So let's jump into it. I have drawn the stuff that I want to show on the LCD screen, and it was a little bit tricky to It was a little bit tricky to do because it's basically pixel art, right? And this LCD screen only works with. Wait, do we need to do this? There we go. This LCD screen only works with white and black pixels. It doesn't have grayscale, right? So it's a problem, but I can kind of show. Where did this go? Come back here. There we go. I can kind of show you how I worked with it. So this is like the first I just created a screen that's 128 by 64 pixels. Right? That's all we get with this particular screen. And then I just started drawing, right? So I did this kind of a bubble thing just to see how the pixels are laying in and then so on. And then I drew this. Speaking of anime, by the way, drew this. But this was super creepy, like super creepy. So I decided not to do that. Being creepy is weird, so we're not doing that. Instead, I did this right here. A little plant with a little bit of a heart. And you know, it's happy. It's happy. And also I decided that we can do two kind of two slides or two things. Wait, I'm gonna find the word for it. 2 frames for the animation. So the plant can do this, right? When it's happy, right? But when it's sad, it's gonna look like that. And it's also gonna have 2 frames. Right? That's the idea of it. And happy or sad depends on how much water it has. So now what I want to do is I just want to save all of these 4 instances as separate JPEGs, right? So I'm just going to do that real quick. Let's say sad1, save. Okay. Then we do, yeah, this. Save this as JPEG sad2, save, real quick. Then happy1. Nope, that's a wrong format. Happy1. And we do last one, happy2. Yeah, I want it to be cute. Plant-chan. Plant-chan. So we have that this going. Now, basically what we wanna follow is a very, very good Arduino tutorial that I will open up right now. And by the way, I have no idea what I'm doing here. So I might, you know, I might fail. It might happen. So this Arduino tutorial basically talks about how to work with these LCD screens, right? Or sorry, OLED screens. I'll just say screens. And it kind of gives you like pinouts and then so on. So that's the boring stuff. It shows you how to connect it to an Arduino. That's fine, cool and all. But the nice thing about it is that here it shows you, you know, all of the syntax that you might need for programming the Arduino, right? So if I go to Arduino right now, if I load in the Arduino program, let's just have it here like that. This is what is currently running on my on the screen right here, which says subscribe, right? So it's saying basically it's saying that I'm going to use these libraries. We don't care about that part. And in the setup it says that, okay, start the screen, clear the display cache, and then start displaying the text, right? And in this case, I have the text saying subscribe, and I can change the text size to, let's say, 2, and then I can upload, and you will see once it's done uploading, this text right here will become 2 times bigger, right? Did I try to connect Arduino with Grasshopper using Firefly plugin? I'm working on that. Right now I'm getting, that's the long-term plan. Right now I'm getting used to, oh yeah, now you can see subscribe in a much bigger scale. Oh, we dropped like 20 viewers with this, good. Good. So I'm working on that. Once I have figured out everything that there is to figure out about Arduino, like the basics of Arduino, then I'll start talking about robotic architecture and how can we kind of use Arduino with architectural models to make like robotic architectural transforming models and so on. It should be pretty cool, but that's the long-term plan. For now, I'm doing cute plant pots, right? just in progress, in the process. So back here, it's uploaded. You can see that the subscribe is bigger, so that works, right? Yay, sweet, that works. But we want a picture rather than text. So this is where we kind of scroll down. Boring. Marilyn Monroe, there we go. That's the stuff that we want. And basically the way it works is, well, let me just show you this code right here. Upload. Just a second, it's gonna upload and it's gonna pop up. Gonna pop up. There we go. There's focus. There's Marilyn Monroe, right? Okay, so we have this working. This is nice. This is great. Now we want our picture to be converted into this. Is this hex code? I think it's hex code, right? To this code here. And we can do that with a really nifty little... oh, that's bitmap array generator. Okay, so it's just a bitmap array. So we can generate it with this little tool right here. So I'll just select my image, which is going to be my sad one, or let's do happy. Let's do happy. I'll select happy one. There we go. And then here it asks me for what's the file resolution. So we specify the file resolution. I think that is correct. Oh crap, it might be bad. Let's try. Let's try. So basically everything here is fine. It's fine. It's fine. We generate code and we have our happy code right here. So I'm going to, right now, I'm going to make it a little bit clunky. So I'm just going to cheat and say that instead of this Marilyn Monroe code, Control V, just use the happy code. And we upload. I haven't tested this. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. We will see. We will see. Still uploading, done uploading. How does this look like? And it looks like that. So that's not what we want, right? We want this, this thing to, I mean, it's showing it, but we want it to be tilted, right? So that's a problem. That, how do we do that? I think all we need to do is just tilt, like rotate the, yeah, we just need to rotate a picture, right? In Photoshop. So if I take this and I go to image, rotate clockwise like that, and then we just do happy one. Yeah, it needs to be other way around. It needs to be 121 by 64. Let me just real quickly save it on top. Happy one. Is this happy one? This is happy one. Save, replace, okay. And we do it, you know, we try again. We just try again. So I am going to just reset this. I will set the file, happy one. There we go. This is the rotated boy. We generate the code. We grab all of this and we plug it into our Arduino. Like, come on, like that. I need this to be a little bit wider. Control V. We try again. Upload. So Ivan, yeah, I think you're correct. It's not 64 by 128. 128 by 64. It's upside down though, but I think we want it to be upside down. Wait, let's look at how I printed out the flower pot. So it's going to go into flower pot like, you can't see it. It's gonna go into flower pot like that, which means that's the correct orientation. And we have our little focus camera, please. Jesus, camera, focus, there we go. We have our little doohickey right here, cute. Okay, now, since we have it, sorry, you'll see it upside down. I don't want to mess around with the wires too much. Since we have it, I'll just call this, happy one, and this one will be called happy one, or can we use numbers? Happy A. Let's do happy A. And here, instead of Marilyn Monroe, we use happy A. So this should still work, right? It's everything is kind of fine. Everything's fine. So we do. I'm just going into in the same way. I'm going to save happy 2. You don't see it, sorry about that, but I'm gonna be real fast with this portion. Happy 2, we overwrite, yes. There's nothing special going on there. Okay, and now let's grab the CPP conversion, and we find our happy 2, and we generate code, and that is our happy 2 code. But before we do that, actually, let me I just need this whole part, copy, paste. So now I have like two of these, right? And this gets deleted. And this is going to be bitmap of happy 2 image, happy B. Let's go to image to CCP, get all of this good stuff right here. Oh, I'm happy. This works. It should work at least. So happy 2, and now if I do happy B instead of happy A, and I upload, need to look at it. Is it uploading? It's uploading. It should change, right? Yes, perfect. It changes. So now we do an animation because we have 2 frames, right? So for an animation, what we do is the display bitmap bit, as well as clear. Well, we don't need that though. The display bitmap bit, as well as the clear display bit, goes into the loop. I think clear display needs to be in the setup though, as well, like that, right? So we clear the display, we clear it again, that's fine. We display happy A. Then we delay, let's say 1,000 milliseconds. So it's gonna be like every second, it's gonna change. We delay it every 1,000 milliseconds. And then we display happy B. And we delay it again by 1,000 milliseconds. Absolutely no idea if this is the way you need to do it, but if it's gonna work, it's gonna work, huh? And if this works, we will have a little bit of a break. Is it working? Oh my god. No, it's not. Why is it not working? Do we need to clear? We probably need to clear the display. So this is what's happening right now. Focus. Like that, and then it fills in, right? We need to clear the display, yeah? So it shows a slide, it gets delayed, and then it gets cleared. Gets cleared, shows slide, gets delayed, gets cleared, gets show slide. Yeah. We'll get back to 3D modeling in just a second. Are you working? You are. Holy crap, this is a slow. Look how slow the processor is on this Arduino Nano. You can see the scan line going. Let's break it. So what if... I'm just trying to get the rhythm going. And that's like every 200 milliseconds. Let's see how it's going to behave. No. I'm saying about how fast it loads in. This is better. Come on, camera. Focus. So I'm not talking about the delay. I'm talking about the scan line that's going through the OLED screen as it's changing the slides. But this is better. Let's make it faster. 100. And that is how you make an animation. On a really crappy. I don't even know how, yeah, actually that's kind of nice, isn't it? There it is. It doesn't have the flickering as what you see on the camera, of course. You know, it's just the camera's shutter speed is messing us up. But we do have a working thing. So then what we will need to do basically later, I'm gonna do this off camera because that's gonna be boring. We will have a moisture sensor, and if moisture is larger than X, then play this animation, right? But else play the sad animation, right? So we'll have like four slides in total. And that should be it. Then we will have working electronics, and all I need to do is make it pretty. Happy. Okay, so let's not do Arduino stuff anymore. This was something that I really wanted to do. And now we've done it, and now I'm happy. So we can close this. Yes. We close that, and we can turn off this webcam. We can turn on, look at me this far away. Like that. It's fine. Zoom in a bit. Okay, so we have this working. Back to here. Where was my camera? Was it here? I think it was here, right? Or was it here? Maybe it was here. Let's have it here. Ooh. Back to 3D modeling, I guess. Where do you learn? First of all, it's not a stupid question, but where do you learn all this stuff? Um, Google. Just, I want to, let's say I want to make Arduino watering system. Go to Google, type in watering system homemade. Let's say you don't even know that you need Arduino for it. Just go watering system homemade, do it yourself, on Google. You kind of scroll. You find images that you like, or not necessarily images, but examples that you like. You take a look at how they're made. Once you know how they're made, you see that, oh, okay, so they're using Arduino. Google Arduino price, right? So you buy an Arduino. Then you start going deeper and deeper into it, and then you figure it out, right? Then the more you know, the easier it is to know even more. As for 3D modeling, it's my job to know. I mean, I teach these things, right, in the university, so it's my job. How I can be professional in Rhino? Get good, find clients, become professional. As easy as that. I still can't believe that we get all the stuff on this channel is free. Well, you are watching the ads, right? So I get paid from the ads. You would be amazed how little. I think it's like, I don't even know. But it's, let's say it like that. In a year, it would be enough to pay rent for 1 month. Right, for me. Also, there is Patreon. There's the Patreon page where people help out the channel by becoming patrons, and they get more free stuff. Well, it's not free then, but they get like all of the resources. For instance, this 3D model of this house, I will be uploading it to my Patreon supporters, for them to kind of get it and check it out and then see how things are connected and how they work. But there's like, I wouldn't call this free. Most of it, like 99.9% of it, is free though. I'm still new to your channel, but I am amazed about your works and contribution. I feel what to hang you, bro. I am still a beginner. Hang me? Yo, what? What? Bro. Actually, speaking of money, there is one thing that I've been doing behind the scenes with some really cool people in Wink Fox, and we kind of made a collaboration. We created a collaboration where I am going to kind of show you a little video that I did from one of their tutorials. So it's basically winkfox.com is a website where you kind of get paid for tutorials. And they reached out and they said, yo, you want to kind of market us? And I said, yeah, sure, whatever, if I like it. And they gave me access to one of their tutorials. And that was the only thing that was, that was the transaction of me getting paid, right? So it's not like I need to show this to you and I'm getting money from them. But I followed one of their tutorials and I did this little thing right here that I'm gonna show. Right? And that's our house right there, right? That's our little house. So I really wanted to do these kind of I don't even know how to call them. holographic designs, and then one of the courses showed how to do these in Blender, right? So basically, we are now collaborating with them, and I got a little code somewhere. Let me just fetch it. This is gonna be a little bit scuffed, but let me just fetch it. There we go. So first, I'll show you. I'll show you guys the website itself. Fox. I'm just searching for it on my separate screen, just because I'm afraid of showing something that is, you know, something that I shouldn't be showing. That's always a danger. So just give me just a hot second, and we will be well on our way. There we go. Almost there. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. Found it. I found it. There we are. There we are. So this course right here. Is this an ad? Maybe this is an ad. I don't know. Let's not call this an ad. But this course right here, I really enjoyed it, and I'll just link it in the chat right here. And it basically shows you how to do real crazy stuff with Blender, and how to do sci-fi, these kind of sci-fi effects that you can use to sell your concepts, your design ideas, and so on. And the nice thing about it is that they have, what do you call it? Like a depository of all of the 3D models that were used. So if you kind of buy the course here, the 3D models that were used are also going to be available for you. So you'll kind of get all of these. Oh, and you can, yeah, you saw it. You know, it was right there, the one that I used. And it's like a lot of different tutorials and whatnot. It's pretty cool. And also, I believe I have, as I said before, I have a code for you. Yes. So the code is also in the chat. MD25. So if you are kind of interested in this course and you're buying, you know, you're gonna buy it, then if you insert that particular code as you're buying it, I think it's gonna be a 15 or 10. I think it's 15% discount for you, which is nice. And also I will get like 5%, something like that. Like a really small amount of money from you, from your purchase, basically will go to me. So that's another way of how I'm planning on actually having a product that is free, but at the same time not being, you know, not being able, rather, to pay the rent. So that's the plan. But yeah, I guess we can call it an ad, right? Ad over. Ad over. Let's go back to modeling. I don't know. Before we do that, do you how many of you are interested in that kind of stuff? Like the special effects in, like, let's say you do a building design, right? And you want to create like a Hollywood style special effects video, showcasing, like diagrammatically showcasing your building design in a little bit more abstract way. Because I'm definitely not gonna copy any tutorials from that course. You know, if you're interested, you should definitely check out that course. But I might think about on how to kind of do a little bit of that with V-Ray, right? With Rhino and with Grasshopper and whatnot. We'll see. We'll see how this evolves. Right. Entrance, one window, and two more openings. And then we will be able to go into the 3D model and start doing some interior finally. Actually, before we'll start doing the interior, I'll kind of set up a very simple render for it because I feel like it's just gonna look nice, right? So might as well do it. This needs to go. It needs to go. Needs to go. Untrim. This needs to go. And this needs to be hidden. And now let's do some emap shenanigans on this with some arches. And I think it's time for some pee-pee and some coffee. I'll have a 3-minute break and then we will continue. Let me leave you with this turntable. Where did the music go though? What kind of music should we play while we are going to the bathroom? Maybe some... Ooh, I know, bagpipes. Wait. Actually, that's pretty nice. Okay, so we'll listen to bagpipes now. Can't play JoJo opening, that's... I'll get demonetized immediately. Right, the first one second of the playback. Okay, where's my little text? Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the correct one. I'll turn off my webcam and I'll be back in 5 minutes. So I'll see you then. Missed me? Hope you did. Hope you did. Alright, let's... Oh Jesus. Okay, let's not listen to bagpipes though. I mean, it's nice for a bit, but definitely not for too long. Okay, we're back. We're back. Oh, PP break is over. Go away. Here we go. So. I wanna do the entrance. I do the entrance. Do we have it flat? We do have it flat because it's the freaking entrance. Of course, we have it flat. We do the same thing. Create a plane with a little bit of a jazzy mood right here. A little bit of some good jazzy vibes. So we have that. How are we? I think I have an idea for making the entrance a bit more interesting. We'll see if that idea works out. You and you get intersected. You get unselected, you get deleted, you get deleted. We have the curve here. And what do we do with the curve? We isolate it, we make it, we offset it, or we rebuild it really. That's too many points. Let's do 100. Okay, that's better. Now we offset. Like that. Wait, how much was that? 50. No, we do 75. A bit more drastic, right? And I'm going to do something a little bit different with the entrance. Planar surface, that's not different. Extrude surface, that's also not different, but we extruded R. Show the building. Something like this. Okay. Move it back in. Something like that. Yeah. That's gonna be cool. Maybe even further back. Something like that. It's gonna look pretty sweet. So that's our initial frame. Then we show selected again. No. Then we hide this. Get the inner curve right here. We offset it inwards by 50. Like that. We have these two bad boys going to town. Do I do a zigzag? I kind of want to do a zigzag here. Not sure how it's gonna work. We'll need to figure it out. Okay, let's isolate these two. Let's rebuild this one. Like that. Let's do something like this and something like kind of want it to be vertical though. That. Perfect. Copy from here to here. Let's do 1.5 meters like that. Okay. And then I'm going to trim that and that. So this gets trimmed and this will be moved forward or backward, yes. Like this. So selected. Let's just look at this edge here. And you need to be not red. There we go. Now I see better. So this can be moved even further out, like that. Okay. We are designing. Will I be uploading this? Yes, all of this will be uploaded to the channel. That's for sure. That. How much? Okay, how much of a gap do we have left? 167. Okay, that's fine. So we can continue working. I want to connect them like so. Just like that. That's done. I want to do this. I think that's gonna work. I think that is going to work. Because now all we need to do is just move this by 50 mil to the side here. 50 mil. Oh, that's the wrong side. That's gonna be plus 50. Then these guys get moved 1 meter, or copied rather. 1 meter, 1 meter more. Minus 300. Let's do that. 1 meter, and that's fine. I don't like that. Let's do it like this instead. So we have something like this going on. I think that's gonna look pretty cool. And now we start doing some surfacing shenanigans, huh? Let's trim some stuff. Cleaning up. As per usual. Bam, bam, bam. It's clean. That's clean. That's clean. That is indeed clean, but this is tricky. So that point actually does need to go until here. We're dealing with 3 different planes. So this is gonna be like plane number 1, join everything. This is gonna be plane number 2, we will deal with that later. This is gonna be plane number 3, so that point goes down like so. That point goes up like so, and we do a little bit more trimming. Bam. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Okay. So that is done. Join it up. Wait, you're not joined. Why are you not joined? Unable to join curves. Yo, what's up? Oh. Oh, you're awkward. No, no, no. You need to go here. And I assume this is also problematic. Like, these discrepancies really suck, right? Like, these really small errors really suck, but you get used to them. Now it's gonna join. Perfect. Reopen curves. Can't be open. That's closed. That's closed. That's open. How are you open? Are you open here? No, you're not. Are you open here? You kinda are, aren't you? So I assume you're kinda open there as well, right? No, you're not. Okay, cool. So that works. These 2 guys get filleted. Corners, 150. Perfect. We have this working. And now, I'll deal with that later. Now this need to be joined. Unable to join, of course. Unable to join. So instead we just close curve. That. delete, close curve like that, select corners, come on, select corners, there we go. So we have this. Now the middle section, basically a rectangle, right? Which means that rectangle can also be offset inwards, and it can also have filleted corners like that, and that's going to be our entrance door. Happy to catch me live? It's hard to catch me live. Ain't gonna lie. We're gonna make a planar surface out of this. Like that. Planar surface out of this and planar surface out of this. Okay, so we have 3 planar surfaces. We join them up and we extrude them. All 3 of them. We extrude them in direction that is this away by 100 mil. So we have a frame. Okay, we have a frame. Oh yeah, I forgot. We delete that. We have a frame and now we make some glass appear. Up here. Up in here. Okay, let's just do cell CRV and select these 3. Planar SRF. Extrude SRF. Direction this away by 10. Enter, delete. And these guys get moved back by -50 into the frame. We change this to Windows. Cell CRV, delete, show. Bam. We have this. Arctic. That's our entry. Do we like it? I like it. I do like it. Okay. We're done with first floor. Second floor still needs some love. Can I use only Rhino instead of 3ds Max and AutoCAD? Absolutely. Yes. Without a doubt, you can use it. It's even better. And it's a very simple transition from Rhino into AutoCAD because it uses the same commands. Oh, hi, Mark. Okay. Every time when I see you in the live stream, I'll say that line. I like it too. That's good. That's good. It's important that we all like it. Okay. This window right here. Probably something very simple, right? I want to do something simple with this window. But I kind of have the same language going on for all other windows, so maybe we will do... let's just do it with a plane. Let's just do it with a plane. Like that, moves in. Needs to get rotated though, which is gonna be a tricky thing to do. But I think we will manage by just doing this. Snap to here. Rotate from this point to this point. Now it's aligned. And now we can push it in. Now it's fine, I think. I do need a clipping plane for this one though, to just see if you know where it falls. So it is not fine. It's actually, it needs to be further out, like that. Okay, we can deal with that. We can work with that. Intersect between this and this. Come on, intersect intersect, this, enter. Delete, delete, offset, inwards. Do we want one really large open window? I mean, it does have the like the division going on here and here. Everywhere we have a division except for this one right here. So it would make sense to have one without divisions here, stylistically speaking. I'm not sure how it's gonna look like. Maybe I'll do maybe I will make one planar surface. I'll make one without the divisions, and we'll just take a look at if it works or not. Extrude surface out by 100, and then back in by 50. There's a single surface there that I want to get rid of. This guy right here. Show. There we go. And now we have this curve. I really want to do one thing here, and it might be stupid, but we will see. I'll show, or not show, I'll isolate. I'll isolate this. I will grab a point, place it here. We do it this way. Rebuild. 5, I believe. Okay. F10. Grab these. Bulge them in. Like that. That is probably the stupidest thing I've ever done, but it might look cool. So if it looks cool, it's not stupid, right? That's the rule. As long as it looks cool. Looks fine. Offset surface. Both sides. Where's both sides? Both sides. 5 solid. Yeah, everything's in order. We offset it. We have thickness. Show. Does it look nice? Let's see. We need to see this with an EMAP turned on. Yeah, okay, I dig it. What about the interior? In the interior, we'll have like a lens. So it's literally going to burn down the house if you do this kind of... If you make this kind of a window and you have it bulging inwards, wait, or is it outwards? It focuses if it's bulging outwards. Okay, so it's not this one, but it's rather this window right here. You know, with this kind of a lens effect, that's going to, this is going to burn down your house. It's going to focus the sun to make these kind of a death ray that's going through the interior. Oh, fun times, fun times. But this is a digital test, so we don't care. Okay, we have that window done. There's only 2 left. And these 2 are basically doorways, right? Wait. What did the chat say? You never seen that movie? Neither have I. I don't think many people saw that movie. It was... that movie has the record of being... like an official record of being the worst movie in history of cinema. Why do your planes have one color for each side? Oh, are you yeah, you're talking about my surfaces, right? I'll actually show it here. Delete. Right? The inside is blue. No, the inside of my building is blue. That's because when I model, I really want to see, you know, what's inside, what's outside. So under display here, you have, if you scroll down, under the display tab, you see color back faces, and you can turn it on and you can make, you know, the back faces of your surfaces colored. It's really, really helpful. It used to mess up the ghosted preview, but it doesn't seem like it does it now. So that's great. That is great. What are you and why are you red? You are a surface. You get deleted. Okay. Moving on. These two openings. Two last openings. They're pretty big, right? But they can still be used as a door. I really want them to be simple. Or maybe, just maybe, they shouldn't be simple. If we do, let's think. Let us think for a second. Oh yeah, that's the... So Mark is saying the same thing as I am. Listen to Mark. Mark knows what's up. If we duplicate edge, join up the edges. Oh, they are already joined up. That's nice. That's very nice of Rhino to do. If we duplicate these edges and we... First, let's just check how it's gonna look like. Extrude, curve, direction, whatever here. I want a tube that sticks out, and it's gonna look bad, huh? Maybe we'll make it work. Maybe we will make it work. Either way, first things first. This edge right here, we offset it. We create a frame for it, right? That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, it's not planar. Of course it's not planar. Why would it be planar? It would be so easy. Freaking easy if it was planar. To force it to be planar, we make a plane. And we move the plane to the correct position, like that. We rotate the plane like that, and then rotate the plane again with 3D, using this as an axis and just rotating it up to fit here. Now the plane is, well, the intersection that we will get is going to be indeed planar. Actually, while I'm at it, we'll do it one by one. We'll first figure it out on this side. And I want it to be really close to the edge, like that. Perfect. Intersect this and this, get intersected. Delete that. We have the interior one. There's a curve there, we don't need it. We grab this, now we can definitely offset it by 75 mil inwards. Create a planar surface, delete that, extrude the planar surface outwards by a bit, like that. Actually, did I delete the curves? Yes, I deleted the curves. I don't want to delete the curves. That's my bad. But I do want to extrude it. Just a tiny bit, like that. And then I want to move it back. Also just a tiny bit, let's say 200 mil, like that. We have something like this going on. Then we have the inner curve. We create planar surface for it. And we just, I'm lazy, I'll just offset, or nah, we can extrude. Extrude surface, delete input, yes, 10 mil. Arctic view. Yeah, okay, that works, that works. I think that looks nice. I think that looks nice. Getting there. We are getting there. Okay, one last opening. Jesus, I'm getting tired. How long have I been online? 4 hours. Half a day. Half a working day. Shouldn't be getting tired so fast though, with one work day. With half of a work day. I guess maybe it's because it's Sunday. It's a little bit more taxing on me. Also, usually you don't need to talk this much at work. Okay, we do that. Intersect this and this. At this point, you know the drill, right? Oh, that is not good. You, sir, go in a little bit further. Like that. I will be... where's my music? Let's do electronic music. Okay, let's do happy electronic music instead. Okay, sure, whatever. By the way, I think in future streams, when Diablo 2 Remastered comes out, we will not just be doing 3D modeling and whatnot. Of course, it's going to be, like, the channel is not going to change. It's 99.9% of it is going to be about Grasshopper 3D modeling and, you know, just making cool shit. But be prepared. When Diablo 2 Remastered comes out, you'll see me playing that game. You'll see me playing that shit. Oh my god, can't wait. That really brings back childhood memories. How much? 500? Yeah, let's do 500. 500 seems to be a good edge. Planar surface. That's a good extension. Extrude surface 10. That, move it to 250. And these two are windows as well. Are we done? Almost. I really wanna select these frames that are extending. Well, first I will save because this is gonna be a little bit taxing for the graphics card. Let's see how this will behave. So this has very sharp edges and I don't want them to be that sharp, so I'll use edge softening on it. I'll turn it on. I will use softening of 1 centimeter and I'll have it chamfered, right? So now when I'm going to kind of look at it, let's say in Arctic view, you can see that it's hard to tell, but maybe I can show it. This is without chamfer. Oh, sorry. This is without the chamfer, right? It looks like that. And this is with chamfer. It looks like that, right? So really hard to show. Come on. Oh, there we go. That's a good angle. So this edge right here is created automatically. Really good for rendering purposes. And it's only visual, right? The geometry doesn't change. So I'll do this for all of them. Softening, pen, chamfer. Okay, that's good. Do I need to do this here? Not yet. But for these three, I will do it on chamfer, pen. Okay, gets chamfered. And then we have the last, or rather two last ones. These two on chamfer. And it's just gonna be nice for rendering. So I don't want to do any more modeling today. Also it's getting dark. On the light. I don't want to do any more modeling today, so I'm thinking let's do some rendering instead. Just, you know, to kind of get a nice picture from this. And it's not gonna be like, this is not gonna be the final render. This is just going to be me messing around and seeing, you know, if this actually works or not. So I'm going to show my landscape, intersect between the building and the landscape. Okay, we get that. I don't need the inner one, I delete it. I get the outer one and the landscape, I isolate them. I take the curve, I trim. No, I don't trim. I take the curve, I make it planar. Do I make it planar though? No, first I trim. Trim a hole in the landscape. Now I take the curve, I flatten it out in Z direction because I want to offset it now. 100, no more, 250, something like that. We have this going. Now, this is a weird hiccup there, but maybe that's fine. Definitely want to rebuild it though with like 200 points. Yeah, that's better. Project onto this, back onto the surface. Select the surface, split the surface. Oh, chat is going. Wait. Just got out of my studio class. Please upload it later so I can see the beginning also. I will do that for sure. Just noticed your Shosugaban video, the burnt wood one. Nice work. How well has the finish worked? Are they still in pretty good condition after a year? Wait. There we go. Wait. There it is. So that's my bedside table. My and my wife's, but she has one of these as well. So that's our bedside table. The burnt wood is working fine. I have bumped it when I was vacuum cleaning it. I have bumped it on the where is it? I swear to God, I saw. There it is. I have bumped it right here, right? So you can kind of see it flaking off. So it's flaking off in that part, but other than that, it's working and it's holding up nicely. The only thing is that because of the there was still some moisture trapped in the wood. Right, so this crack became even bigger in a year. Other than that, holds up just nice. Messed it up, sorry. Oh no, camera, come back. There we go. So that's show Sugiban. Works well. I would definitely use less lack. I would definitely use less lack for the next version. Maybe I'll do a little bit of a project this summer with more show Sugiban. What is your way of learning Rhino and V-Ray? Self-taught or course? Self-taught. Needed for a project, you learn the tools that kind of that you need to learn to make that project. Would like to see the Mars or Moon environment style. Already have it. It's in the channel. Like the V-Ray cartoon renders. I don't remember how it's called, so I'll just find it and link it to you in the in the chat. Scroll, 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 scroll. That. Almost there. Still scrolling. Yeah. That one. Copy. There we go. There's a link for you. That's Moon. At least how I envision Moon. Moon style renders, Moon-esque renders to be. It's also stylized, of course, but who cares? Extrude surface. Let's extrude it down a notch, just a tiny bit. Let's say 200. And just get rid of this. Flip it. Okay. Actually, let me do landscape. That's not how you write it, but we will stick to it either way. That, show. Okay, that works. Cell curve. Arctic view. Okay, so now it's kind of reclined in the landscape. Sure. That's one way of how to connect a building with the landscape, I guess. Let's do a little bit of a render, just a tiny bit. I've done some stuff before. Let's just render it out, see what, see how it looks like. By the way, I always ask for this. If this is gonna start lagging, just let me know. I'll stop rendering then. If my voice or anything will start lagging, because rendering with a laptop while streaming, not the best idea. Very, very bright. Very, 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 very bright. Why are you so bright? Okay. Okay, so this is how it looks like so far. Then nothing special, right? Of course, there's nothing special. It's a freaking. There's no environment. Speaking of which, can we just grab some sort of a... Oh, that's just a shiny material, huh? Let me just do some sort of generic environment here. There we go. For now, this is gonna be fine. One thing that I wanna do is I wanna grab all the windows, create a sublayer and say glass. Glass, and I want to grab all of the glass panels and place them into that layer. So for that, well, maybe let's do it this way. Change object layer, everything is glass, and then frames. It's gonna be easier for me to grab frames than to grab glass. So we're doing it this way then. Okay. Change object layer. Oh, that one. Forgot to change that one. These little doohickeys right here. I'll need to blend them in a little bit better later, but we'll fix it. Trust me, we will fix it. Because I want them to blend in like that, right? That's gonna be later. Okay, so now if I hide glass, looks good. Default layer 1. So layer 1 is going to be mass, building mass, right? So we have this. Okay, glass is glass. Okay, so now we can actually create glass material, and I'll just create my own. I don't have the patience to kind of scroll through the whatchamacallit, the library. Glass, color black, reflection full. Refraction or reflection can be, the glossiness of reflection can be 0.95. Refraction full, no fog color, don't care about fog color. Refraction glossiness stays as 1. Yeah, we're good. That's it. Select object, select all of the glass objects, apply material to selection. Now everything that we want to be glass is glass. We render this. Do you plan on using the Epic Cube marching meets discrete design script that you did a while back for future projects? Yes. Yes, I am planning on doing it. Right now, I am waiting for, I have it in my phone. Just a second. I'm waiting for this whole COVID shit to end, so that I can continue working on the model for marching cubes. Because I have a pretty big model. Come on, focus. So this is all of these are come on. There we go. Yep. All of these are 3D printed, right? And it's halfway done, but I can only finish it once. God damn it! Once COVID is over, because using university, not resources, but the laboratories in the university is rough, and I can't do it with one printer. Once that is done, I will revisit the marching cubes, and I'll see how much further we can push that kind of a custom marching cubes idea in general. So this is how this thing looks like, huh? I think we can make this work quite well. But we do need a landscape for this. Let's do bronze, and for this I will use a library. Metals, stop rendering. Metal is right here. Checking for updated library files. Okay, sure. We wait. We are waiting. Oh, this is like 90s, 80s synthetic pop. Why did I say synthetic pop? It's synth. It's synthesizer, not synthetic. I'm losing my mind. 4 hours, 30 minutes in, I'm losing my mind. copper, blurry. Let's do blurry copper. Okay. And it basically goes on all of the frames. There we go. We test it. Yep. The concrete part though, I don't really want concrete. I kind of want it to be ceramic. Can we do something cool for the facade? Kind of want it to be almost porcelain. How do you make it bigger though? Ah, there it is. Porcelain. Porcelain. You are very shiny though. Maybe it's nice if it's shiny. Let's use porcelain. 10 centimeter. Oh my god, it's gonna be every 10 centimeters, huh? Yep. That's fine. We'll figure it out. So my idea is, I want this to be tiled. Can we... Okay, let's first of all, can we create a generic, one more generic material and call it tiles test? Because UV mapping for this is going to be very important, right? So I will apply this to selection and I will go to color and change the color to grid. Yep, that's what I was thinking. That's good. Oh crap. So we can't really have repeating texture here, huh? Maybe we can. Apply planar mapping, apply surface mapping. Okay, if we apply surface mapping, it does that, but then we can go in here and we can say repetition goes like 100 times over. 100 by 100 by 100. So that's kinda... No, that's gonna look like shit, right? Even if we do more. Repeat 10 by 10. Actually, maybe that's gonna work. 0.01. Other way around. Zoom in. A little bit thicker, 0.03. Okay, that might actually work. That might actually work, but there are going to be problematic areas, I think. We'll see. There are. Or maybe we just call it, we just say that's fine. Okay, so let's say that this works, right? So now what I want to do is I want to use this with my porcelain map, which is right here. My white porcelain. And I basically want these to be like tiles of porcelain. So honestly, all I need to do is just work with a bump map, and it already has a bump map. What kind of bump map does it have? It has this kind of bump map. Okay, so let's wrap it in math node, mix map. No, not mix map. Mix operator, I think. mix operator, like that. And then the tiles, we copy the tile map into the B input of the operator. So basically the texture that we're going to get, well, this is added, but if we multiply it though, then we get this, right? We get this. And this means that this area right here needs to be a little bit calmer. So I offset it. Wait. Like that. Like that. There we go. So this is calmer because I want the grid to be the most intense part of it. And at the same time, I want the amount then to be 1 millimeter. And now we slap on the tiles, material on it. We zoom in and we investigate if it's gonna work or not. You can kind of see some of it happening here, but not much, huh? Okay. There's still some things to fix. So this one can be a bit bigger. 0.4, 0.4. Like that. And the mount can be also bigger too. Okay. And also what we're going to do, we will use the tile texture as our color. But of course, it's not going to be that intense, right? So this is not going to be perfectly black. Instead, we will use like light gray color here, a little bit darker gray color here. Okay. Weepee! We have a grid on our hands going along the facade. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, nice, nice. Do we do a landscape? Yeah, okay, so first things first, this is gonna be made out of concrete, right? So I'm just gonna immediately just slap the concrete on top of here. And I don't really care about the mapping of it, so I'll just use box mapping. Like enter, 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 and I will apply 111 lock a meter by a meter by a meter, or even more, 2 meters of repetition. That's it, right? Are you box mapped? Are you box mapped? It probably is. Probably is. And now the landscape. Okay, so this is gonna be the tricky bit. As a base for my landscape, and this is where it kind of will look crappy for a long time until it doesn't. Right? That's the same procedure with everything that we do here in this channel. It looks crappy until it doesn't. And sometimes it just, at the end, it still looks crappy. I wanna create a blend material for this. And blend material basically works like Photoshop layers, right? Stacked on top of each other. And I'll call this landscape master. So we have that. I'll create one more material, generic, and call it L-dirt. I'll just use L for to determine that these materials belong to the landscape master material. L-dirt, L moss, and let's do third one. L stone. So I want dirt, stones go on top of the dirt, and moss goes on top of the stones, right? So we will have three. We will have 3 textures in total. Let's create the textures first. And actually at this stage, I kind of want to, well, I want to save, that's for sure. We're already at 54 megabytes. Let's see how heavier it's gonna get now. 57, okay, it's not that bad. So we're doing these 3 materials with the landscape master being the master material. And actually I can kind of create it. So base material is going to be dirt, right? L dirt. Then we add another layer that's going to be L stone. That goes on top of the dirt, and one more material, L moss, that goes on top of the on 2 of those. Okay. So now let's do dirt. I think this music makes me talk faster. Let's not. I'll get even more tired if I listen to that. I'm gonna use Texture Haven's textures for this. And the only reason for that is because I already have them downloaded and I use them for my other videos and work. So we are going to be using those. Just a second. There we go. That's the stuff that I have. I have brown mud with leaves in it. I have forest ground texture. I have moss, blah, blah, blah. So there's like a bunch of these. So we are going to use brown mud with leaves as our base, right? And that's going to be our dirt texture. So honestly, what I'm gonna do is I'll just drag and drop in the textures. So the diffuse map goes into the diffuse. That's easy. Let's apply this and see the tiling of it, honestly. To see the tiling, we can either switch here to rendered preview, which was a mistake. Oh no. Oh no, please. Oh my god. So that's the rendered preview. I don't like it. Back to shaded. Instead, I will go to display, edit shaded settings. And here where it says color and material usage, instead of object color, I'll use rendering material. Hit OK. So now we'll see the materials, you know, in real time in our shaded viewport. So that's not great. Let's change this up a notch. Tiling, very important tiling. I'm using box mapping for this, and I will use 111, lock it, and I will say 1 meter. Oh, what a beautiful tiling this is. I mean, it is correct though. Let's use 2 meters just to be, you know, just a little bit better. But it's still, you know, it still looks like crap. But there is one thing that we can fix. I'll isolate this. And if I render this out right now, looks like that, right? Definitely not great, huh? Definitely not great. But what we can do in newest V-Ray that I really like is if you go to your texture, any texture that you've placed, and you go to texture placement, here you can see that instead of 2D UV channel, you use mapping source. Then you choose UV placement source as UVW placement. Here, you go to randomization, yes, and you choose stochastic tiling, like so. And now notice how the tiling is kind of disappearing bit by bit. If I increase this further, it messes it up even more. right? So we can use this to our advantage. We can get rid of the tiling in this way. I'll use 0.1 for this though. I think that's gonna work. Okay, so we have the initial texture here. That works. Wait, that works. Now let's make it pretty. And for that, I will just make this bigger, and we will take a look at it as if it's ground. Like so. Let's see what kind of maps we have. We have displacement, we have bump, we have specular. I will not be using a displacement map. Said that, I will be using a normal map. Right here. Okay, that's very interesting that it does that. Why are you being weird? Why are you? Maybe that's fine. Let's just look at it from... oh, no, it's not fine. Why did you become super dark, though? Do you need to be super dark? Or is it because we're using stochastic tiling on that texture and not using it on this texture? Maybe it's because of that, so I'll fix it now. Mapping source. Stochastic tiling, and we used 0.1, right? Okay. Try it out. Still dark. What if we reduce this a bit? This is better, but now this is weaker. What if I ramp up the reflection? Maybe it's actually gonna work. Okay. Oh, but we have bump map instead of the normal map. Yo. Let's just kind of be cheeky about it and just use the bump map instead. Because I definitely know how to use a bump map rather than the weird one. We need to fix this though again. I wish there was a button to add stochastic tiling to everything at the same time, but there's not. We do it manually. Okay, that's 5 is way too much. 2. It is still a lot. But actually 2 is kind of okay. Let's use 2. Okay, so we have that, and then last one, or not last one, we have ambient occlusion. So ambient occlusion in V-Ray goes into the diffuse, but diffuse is already using the actual diffuse channel. So what we do is we wrap in with mix operator. And then we multiply the diffuse by the ambient occlusion, and we end up getting the final result, which is this, right? Oh yeah, and will I need to do this for all of them? It is what it is. We will do it for all of them. Oops, not environment, UV channel. Stochastic tiling, 0.1. There we go. That works now. Last thing here, yeah, going to be the reflection, which is basically the specular, right? We don't have, we do have specular. There we go. That's reflection. That's done. And glossiness, I changed this to 0.8. Something like that. Bump map is too intense. Amount 1. That's better here. How is it looking here? Looks good. Okay, I'm happy. So we have our dirt material set up, and that's our the base, right? We still need the moss material and the stone material. Let's do the stone. So I will not be even rendering it out. I will just kind of do it real fast with the stone because it's the same procedure, right? Do we use slates? No, wait, that's definitely not rock ground. Maybe. Rock cliffs. That looks nice. But that might not work. We'll use it for something else. Rocks ground, let's use that. Let's go. So here, I'm just going to add this as a diffuse. Wrap in. Mix operator. Add ambient occlusion to the mixture. Multiply. Okay, we're done with that. For reflection, we use the roughness map, probably. It's gonna be super glossy then. Oh yeah, then it becomes super glossy. So maybe we don't use roughness map here. Instead we use it here. And here we have it cleared. And we just increase the reflectivity a little bit. Yeah, something like that will work better. Or maybe, no. There is this hidden thing here, this button right here, which has diffuse roughness setting. So maybe we add it right here, like so. And then for the reflection, we don't use any reflection. We don't give a shit about this. Then we go to bump map and we slap on a bump map as well. Where's the bump? Where's the bump? Where's the bump? There's a displacement map and there's a normal map. We all know that normal maps are kind of weird now. So maybe I'll just use a displacement map for this. I'll just slap it as a bump map in. I'll use like 10. Should be fine, should be fine. Let's now take a look, take a gander. Oh, right, the tiling. We forgot about the tiling. My videos have been immensely helpful. I'm really happy to hear that. I really am. I mean, it's hard to understand if, you know, the videos that I'm doing are kinda whatever. You know, so some cool stuff, you know, so some guy just showing some cool stuff, or if they are actually helpful for students, for people. That kind of feedback helps me understand that, you know, that this what I'm doing is, you know, for the lack of better word, worthwhile, I guess. So that's done. That's done. That needs to be fixed. Stochastic tiling. One. There we go. We are golden. We are going. And bump map is the last one that I need to fix. Actually, for this video or for this live stream, I'm gonna do just 2 materials. I'm tired. I don't want to do the third one. It's too repetitive. I just can't do repetitive tasks at all. Oh yeah, and I forgot the point here. Okay, so we have these 2 materials now working, moss and stone. So I'm going to, or sorry, dirt and stone. I'll delete the moss. We'll create that material later. Landscape master. will not have a second coat, we'll have two layers only. So now when I look at Landscape Master, I can see that it's like 50-50, right? If I kind of select my landscape here and I apply it and I render it out, you will see that it's kind of 50-50 blend, right, of these two materials. That's because we're using a color for blending and not a texture. For that, I will create a texture. And I will do that by going to materials, creating a new generic material, and I'll just call it texture tester. Texture tester. Like that. I'll slap it on. Start rendering. And here I'm going to create a noise map. Noise B. And with this noise map, I can, by changing the levels, I can get pretty close kind of distribution patterns as to what I, as to what I imagine being a nice distribution within the landscape. Definitely not that though. Let's increase the size, 0.5. Something like that. Iterations more, even more. So we have something like that. A little bit more blending. Maybe both of these go forward a bit. A little bit back. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So we have this texture here, and I'm just going to borrow it. So I'll copy it, and when where I have Landscape Master, I'll paste it as my blend mask, right? To blend between the two materials. Now I apply this to selection, and let's look at how it's gonna render. Some stones are starting to pop out, right, and show up. And of course, it's not gonna look great now. It's literally two textures, on a surface. But this is a good base for us to start working with this, right? If I show the building now, I kind of have the building doing its thing, right? It at least starts looking like a good dirt for us to place stuff on top of it, right? Like grass and flowers and bushes and rocks, like bigger rocks and whatnot. So it starts, the ground starts becoming like a good canvas for us to build upon. It's definitely not, it's like the first step. Let's see it like that. Okay, so we have this going. We're getting close to the end of the stream. Wanna find a nice little angle. Nice little angle here. And we do a fog. Fog helps us, volumetric environment. Fog helps us hide our mistakes, our happy little accidents. Let's do 20mm camera lens so that the stuff actually fits. I'm just looking for a nicer angle. Yeah, that seems okay. just a little bit further down. Just final adjustments. Where do you get models for plants and trees? The renders at Very Good Architecture website had some amazing vegetation. I get them, well, it's not me, it's honestly my wife. She gets them from 3dsky.com and she pays for them, right? So she bought those models. And I agree. I mean, when you buy the models, of course they will be. They look great. But now with the new version of V-Ray, you actually have, let me name view, just a second. Let me save this. Save as my, perspective, whatever. Okay, so with the newest version of V-Ray, came out this Chaos Cosmos thing. When I press it, it will open up this browser, right? And this browser is basically a library of 3D models. So I want, for instance, if I want a car, Tesla, sure. I import the car, bam, that's it. I have a car here now, right? Let's just move it up. If I want a tree, vegetation, trees. Do I have anything downloaded? I do. Let's find a small one though. A small one. That's a small one. Cherry. Bam. Tree. Right? If you have a question about curtain walls, then just ask the question. Now when I render this, there's the car, right? Also, there's the tree. Let's just delete the car though. I don't want it to be in this render. Let's jump to that view here. It's a pretty boring view. I'm gonna lie. We'll need to find. They are not even proxy models. They're like in V-Ray. While this is rendering, I'll show you. In V-Ray, they're under V-Ray geometry, and this is basically how it looks like, right? Inside of V-Ray, and I have like different levels of representation. So I can represent it as a medium model, I can represent it as a low polygon model, I can represent it as a bounding box model, right? So that's kind of nice, that's kind of neat. Let's do low. And if I want them to become proxies, I can right click on them and choose to, no, sorry, I just click on this merge button and then they become proxies. How long have you been working with SubD? Since December. But I haven't, I mean, I did a car in SubD and now I'm doing a building. So it's my second project with SubD. Okay, this is what we have. This is what we have. Let's change up a few things here and there. Exposure, let's do like 14. Right? Frame this a bit better. Let's change this to 2-point perspective view. Like that. like this, maybe. I'm just looking for a thumbnail at this point for this video, for the live stream. Once I'll upload it to YouTube, just looking for what kind of thumbnail we can get. Let's just wait for this to kind of render out a bit more. Or actually, I can kind of run a final render. I'm happy with it. So 1080, 1920, non-interactive, global illumination. That's all good, but I do want to have ambient occlusion with 250 mil radius. Ooh, phone is doing phone things. All of this seems to be fine. Everything is fine. I am only gonna use CPU because, I mean, I don't have enough money to buy a computer, to buy a computer during this chip shortage that we're having. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna use a laptop for streaming and modeling for a while, until I can just easily afford, you know, like a streaming machine or a rendering machine. How can you apply curtain wall to a curvy shape in Rhino? That is a very open, like a very open question. Many ways, many ways. The easiest one is flow along surface. If you have a wall that is, you know, like a pattern of elements that is flat, and you use flow along surface, that's the name of the tool, then you can remap that pattern on top of any surface. Alternatively, you can use Grasshopper, and with Grasshopper you can do any kind of curtain walls. But that is more difficult to do. I've been struggling to find good views for my project too. Is there anything that you look for while selecting views? Yes, there is. Balance of, how do I call this? Balance of light and dark areas, for sure. So you kind of, for instance, in this render right here that I have, there's too much ground, right? There's too much ground. I have it's basic composition rules, right? You want to have the most important thing, have the highest contrast. You want it to be kind of in front, in the center of the screen, or at least to kind of be picked up by the contrast. There's the rule of thirds, right? So you want to have, if you kind of take your screen and you divide it into 3 parts, or rather into 9 parts, right, with a grid, so 3 by 3 grid, then those lines are basically composition lines where you want to place stuff, right, where you want the stuff to be. So that's a rule of thirds in terms of composition. There's also central composition, so in this case it's much more central. It's a little bit off center, that's why it's looking a little bit awkward, but I don't care. What else? You want not to have distortions, too many distortions in your renders. So what I like to do is I like to use 2-point perspective rather than 3-point perspective for the renders. It just makes it more cinematic, right? And you definitely want to frame the views, right? So you don't want to have open-ended render. It's super hard to explain, you know, the thought process of composition. God damn it. So this tree right here, right, that I have right here, right now it's surrounded by a volume, right? So it's basically framed by this volume, right? tree and the halo, you know, this a little bit of the sky, they are framed by this very heavy volume, and it's almost like an oasis inside of this building. What would make it better if the ground was darker, right? If the ground was darker, it would be even better, but even with that, like this becomes an oasis and it's kind of framed, you know, for you. Other way around would be to have a tree that is in the middle of the field, right? Not having a house at all, and just having a tree in the middle of a field. If that is the case, then your ground should probably be snow or something bright. And the background should be something bright, and the tree is the darkest and highest contrast yielding object in your scene, right? So I'm looking for those kind of moments where I can, where I see that, oh, this has high contrast. Okay, I'll focus on this, and now let's see how all of the geometry around it, how it works, and does it frame it? Does it interact with it in any way? You know, how does this sky opening work with the tree, right? In this particular case, how does the window behind the tree work with the tree, right? So that's the idea. You want to shy away, like, you know, those 3-4 like corner renders that you always do of your buildings, you know, where you kind of show two facades. They're highly informative. They always show the most amount of, they give you most amount of information possible, but it's very hard to make an interesting composition out of them. Usually what makes an interesting composition is when you're looking at different layers. You know, a facade behind the facade, or rather a fence behind the fence. You have a facade behind the facade. You have something else going on. So you have different layers, and you're looking at them directly, right? So you're looking at them at 90 degrees angle, not from a corner. Very hard to explain. Very good. Just a second. I'm talking about this, right? This kind of render here. So it's basically us looking at a single surface, a glass surface, but behind that glass surface, there's a pathway, which also has a glass box. And inside of that glass box, there is a tree, right? And that tree has the highest contrast, except for this rock, but don't worry about that. That tree has the highest contrast, right? And also it has a very high density. And since it has such a high density and such a high contrast, it becomes almost painterly, right? It almost looks painted. And then behind that, you have more glass, you have more facades, and you have a backdrop of orange trees as well, right? So this kind of layering is what always will create a composition that's really, really nice. And we use this method of composition in most of our renders. So for instance, this, was this in Unreal? Maybe it was. So, okay, I do have an example here, if it manages to load. So this is a building from, you know, that angle that I was talking about, that boring angle, right? So it's how the building looks like from that angle. And this is how the building looks like from the front facade. You know, much better. And also, you know, this kind of rule of thirds is happening here as well. You know, we have like trees here, like one tree, one line, second line. You know, everything is kind of placed on these thirds. And everything becomes framed. So there's a frame inside of a frame inside of a frame. So you're basically, what you want to do is you want to layer things. You want to layer things as much as possible, right? So let me close that. Please let me close that. If we have some car or tree in the foreground here, then maybe a human in focus and then blurred out background. Never play with humans that are in focus when dealing with architecture. That's never gonna end well. It's always going to be a mess. Um, Also, honestly, I never defocus. I never use like blurry lenses, depth of field for architecture. If I were to render out a miniature, then I would. I shy away from adding humans to my renders because I think that they are more distracting than they are helpful in determining the scale. So you add humans to your renders to determine the scale of things, right? How big is the doorway, how big is the opening, and so on. Much better, like what really determines the scale is detail level. So if you have frames, like window frames that you do, you have the door height and so on. So all of these kind of details, architectural details, will help you stitch the scale of the building much better than a human would. Well, a human will help you stitch the scale, but it's also very hard to make it look natural. So instead, for scale, I use architectural elements. Staircase is the best example of actually letting us understand what's the scale of the building, right? When you see a staircase, immediately you know the size of the space. Immediately. Is the working drawings done by Rhino? The proposal drawings are done in Rhino. The final drawings, like the construction drawings, some of them were done in Rhino. Some of them were done in Archicad, Graphisoft Archicad. Most of them, actually. The actual construction documents and drawings were done in Archicad. That's because it's not me who's taking care of that part of the projects, and people who do that, who take care of that part, like my wife and our colleague, they do work quite well with Archicad. But the designs themselves, like the 3D modeling and so on, are done in Rhino. The only takeaway from today's stream is that humans are good for scale, but stairs are better. Okay, sure. Oh, we can start seeing the tiling here. These small details, right, is what makes renders good or bad. Right? I could have just done a regular. Oh, this is as if I'm saying that this render is good. Oh, by the way, I'll need to fix a few things here and there, but that's fine. We'll fix it in the next stream. This is not a good render by any means. This is like, how much did I spend? Like 15 minutes on it? But already, like this kind of stuff is already talking about the detailing, which I'm after in this project. So it's nice to have at least one part that is kind of okay. I want to have this amount of detailing, and then try to bring everything close to it. We will need to add dirt to the facade though. It's a little bit too clean for my taste. I always feel bad about leaving the drafting to somebody else. If you trust them, if you think that they are like honest, I know for a fact that's a fact that my wife is better at making technical drawings than me. That's not even a question. I'm better at 3D modeling than her, but when it comes down to architectural drawings, like technical drawings in architecture, she's like so much better than me because she had so much more training in that. She worked for large companies before we started our own company. So she knows what's up, right? At that point, leaving technical drawings to her, sure. I mean, when I know that someone else is going to do a better job than me in realizing the concept, then it's not a problem. Oh, you feel guilty? Well, I don't. I don't. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you do. So you leave drafting to someone else. That means you have spare time to do other work. So it depends how you spend that spare time, right? If you leave the drafting to someone else and you spend the time watching Netflix and, you know, hanging around, then yeah, you should feel guilty. But if you create a design, you know, you model everything out, you talk with the client, and finally you get to a conclusion that this is fine, you know, this works, and then you hand out the technical project to someone else, but in the company, but then you immediately pick up another job that's burning and that needs to be done. There's nothing to be, you know, why would you feel guilty about it then? As long as you keep working, right? As long as you keep spending the time that was given to you by someone else taking over. The render is, well, we're at pass number 20. I think I'll stop it here. How long have we? Oh my God, 5 hours, 20 minutes. And also, yes, so some people love doing technical projects, like technical drawings and so on. And I can definitely see the appeal of it. Actually, taking something that is just digital, you know, just this kind of a what I like to call infinitely strong digital clay, you know, a gray Rhino model, taking it and making it buildable, right? Documenting it and fixing it in a way that you can build it. That is, I think it's the same, it scratches the same itch as all of these YouTube videos that do like old machinery restoration and so on. I think that's in the same ballpark, that you take something that's shitty and you make it good. Right? Is it possible to use Grasshopper to apply curtain wall to a mesh or SubD? To a mesh or SubD, you would need to then, yes it is, but you would need to work with mesh, the polygons of the mesh, right? So every polygon, you would need to work with it, not separately, but the answer, first of all, the answer to your question is yes. Yes, it is. Absolutely. That's what Grasshopper is used for. But a deeper answer is you can't do anything when you're using a mesh or a SubD. If you're using a single untrimmed surface rather than a mesh or SubD, then yes, everything is possible. You can do anything. But if you're using a mesh or SubD, there are certain limitations as to what you can do. This kind of relates to what we were talking about, SkyArc and buildability. Yes, it absolutely does. So this, this is actually a good learning moment. This 3D model that I have right here is where SkyArc would of course, they would have it much more complex, much deeper, and much more stuff would be going with it. And also they would have like a whole philosophy behind the form and a whole philosophy behind why the form is the way it is. But they end here, right? This is basically where they stop, and they say that that's it, the project is done, right? But the trick is that after this step, so this step in an office takes 2 weeks, right? From start to finish, in talking with the client, to create a proposal phase for a project, for a family house. Then that's like half a month, right? But then you have a month of technical project prep work. So you draw for a month without actually talking with the client that much. And then you have the building phase, where you go in and you kind of change the drawings as they are building it, and you solve all of the problems that might have been missed during the technical phase of the project, right? So in my opinion, and we shouldn't say that SkyArc is doing that right now, because I saw a lot of structural drawings come out from SkyArc in the past few years, but they were doing it a while ago for sure. Like more than 5 years ago, that was a problem. But right now, they are pushing into this realization and making it real, type of a field, making it real, right? They are pushing into it. But then you have, there's another flip of the coin, where you have universities and schools that only focus on making it real and don't focus on the form, the aesthetic, the philosophy, and they don't try new things. Yeah, that's I guess that's the main thing. They don't try new things. They know what works, and they repeat it in the university for 10, 20, 50 years, right? Over and over again, because they know that it works, right? That's another side of the coin that is also frustrating, So I think that the answer is in the balance. It's always, the answer is always somewhere in between. Okay, I think we are done. We have today we have done all of the windows. Let me stop the render there. It's still gonna be super noisy, but whatever. Today we have done all of the windows. We have done all of the nice bits here and there. We solved a lot of exterior issues. We created a few materials. Also, we even played a video game, and we did some Arduino stuff. I think this was a successful stream. I'm now just adding a few little blooms and glares here and there, just to bling it up a bit. Maybe threshold can be lowered, 0.9. There we go. So we have this done. Next time, in the next episode, you will see, what will you see? You will see me struggling with the interior walls and interior staircase, for instance. We will start modeling out the interior of this bad boy. We will continue on the texture, on texturing everything, and hopefully, I'm not sure if we'll manage to do it in one stream, but maybe we will get some final renders out. Probably not. Probably we'll need one more stream to do that. But next time, my hope is that we will have a pretty good 3D model of the interior done. Will this stream be available? Yes. On the channel? Yes, it will be. I will be uploading it. It takes a while to process, but it's gonna pop up in like an hour or so after the stream has ended. Do you have a stream schedule? No. No. But I do save every single stream that I do. So you will just, if you miss it, you'll just be able to see it on the channel as one of the uploaded videos, or recorded live streams rather. Let's think, what else can we do? There's gonna be a few videos popping up here and there. There's gonna be wait, I'm thinking. Next few weeks are going to be rough for me. I have so many things that are just kind of triple booked in the schedule. So we might need to schedule, let's say, the next live stream to be in a few weeks. But I'll make sure to upload at least a few videos in that period so that you don't get too lonely, right? But we will pick it up once I'm back, and once I'm kind of solved all the issues. We will pick it up and we will finish this bad boy of a 3D model. And with this, I bid you farewell. See, goodbye. 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 Goodbye.